Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. The airman who died in an on-duty incident with a gun Sunday at F.E. Warren Air Force Base in Cheyenne has been identified as a 21-year-old from Kentucky. 21-year-old Braden Loven was a defender assigned to the 90th Security Forces Squadron, 90th Security Forces Group. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the Air Force wing overseeing the base confirmed that the man's death involved a gunshot.
Earlier this week, they were like, an airman died. It's a tragedy. And then Thursday, they were like, okay, it was this 21-year-old from Kentucky. We are now publicly acknowledging that this had to do with a gunshot. And it was at this time that division of the Air Force that oversees the bases said, yeah, we are grounding this particular gun, the M18, and using a rifle of all things in its place until we know what to do.
Loven entered active duty in November of 2023, and F.E. Warren Air Force Base was his first assignment. 25 years ago, legendary Wyoming spaghetti westerner Gap Pucci befriended two nuns after they walked in sandals with no socks and knee-deep snow to see his collection of lighted crosses. Now the nuns say they'll buy Pucci's estate, promising it won't be cleared to make way for any luxury mansions. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke to Mother Marie Wendy McMenemy and Sister Mary Augustine, who said their decision to buy the estate through their foundation came after months of prayer and reflection.
Gap Pucci, he was a very religious man. He wore his faith on his sleeve, and he was a Catholic. He met McEnemy 25 years ago. Much tamer story than some of his stories, like, the time the horse ran him off a cliff and they plunged down into an icy river below, or the time he fought off bears. Those are the kind of stories that are in his books. Just a wonderful, beautiful little friendship. And now, who knows what's going to happen here, but I bet it's going to be equally beautiful and wonderful.
In the end, the nuns' decision came down to the sense that the world would lose something special if bulldozers came for Pucci's historic cabin and replaced it with a mansion. A 50-year-old woman working at a Casper nursing care facility is accused of tying a resident's head to a bed to keep her from moving overnight. Court records show an arrest warrant has been issued for Julie Ann Cross on charges of abuse of a vulnerable adult and false imprisonment. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the incident took place in the early morning hours of July 14th at the Now Cap Services facility.
That was found by coworkers that came in the morning, and they were trying to turn this resident over, and they couldn't do it. And then they looked and saw that her hair had been tied to the bed with a scarf. She told an officer, according to court documents, that she tied up her hair in a scarf, but it wasn't tied to the bed, but that the patient probably was just throwing her head back and forth, and somehow it got tied to the bed.
The intentional abuse, neglect, or abandonment of a vulnerable adult is a felony that carries a penalty of up to 10 years in prison and a $10,000 fine. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
Well, there's nothing like the dusty atmosphere of a summer rodeo. Historically, though, that hasn't been the atmosphere at Cheyenne Frontier Days. As thousands of people filled the stands at Frontier Park on Wednesday, Mother Nature decided to celebrate with more than an inch of rain. And Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the last week of July is notoriously stormy in southeast Wyoming.
Cheyenne Frontier Days has been held the last week of July since 1897, but they probably didn't consult any meteorologists on that, even if that information was available at the time because that is one of the wettest weeks of the summer for Cheyenne. But the daddy of them all has been going for this long, and it hasn't been stopped by any kind of thunderstorms or weather or flash floods. So I imagine it's sacrilegious to change it at this point.
So when Cheyenne residents are selecting their favorite hats, buckles, and boots to wear to Cheyenne Frontier Days, they should also pair the perfect poncho to complement their ensemble. If history's any guide, they're going to need it. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Yeah, it's a Friday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. July 25. Yeah, we're going to cover a whole mess of news. We got a lot of guests today. Busy. Finally Friday. Legendary spaghetti westerner Gap Pucci's estate sold to a couple of nuns. That sounds just about perfect to put a period on the end of Gap Pucci's life as his legacy lives on. Yet another nursing home issue. Casper, nursing care worker, accused of tying one of the residents, tying their head to the bed. Oh boy, Cheyenne Frontier Days continues through the end of the weekend as that wraps up this weekend and probably under some rain as we find out. It likes to rain in Cheyenne Frontier Days. That's just the way it is. Take a look at the day weather forecast, see if there is rain in the picture for Cheyenne. Casper, widespread haze, patchy smoke before 2. Where's that smoke coming from? I'm going to find out. I know we got fires in Oregon. Nothing major in Wyoming yet. Good news. Riverton, you got that same haze as well. 94 the high under sunny skies. Mostly sunny in Evanston, 82 today. Green River, a little bit hazy, sunny, 87. Pinedale going to see a little bit of hazy conditions with the sun trying to break through. Highs 81. Hazy and 91 in Alpine. DuBois, haze as well. Where is the haze? I'll find out. NOAA has where is the smoke coming from satellites? We'll find out. Or Don Day will tell us later today. DuBois, like I said, a little bit hazy, 81 today. Jackson, haze, before 1. Sun should finally predominate. Sun will poke through at 86 by the afternoon. Thermopolis, widespread haze, sunny, 94. Cody, hazy, smoky, before 11 with highs 89. Buffalo, you'll get some of that haze early morning. By the afternoon, slight chance of rain. Otherwise, mostly sunny. 89 in Buffalo, 94 in Sheridan under hazy skies. Mostly sunny in Gillette, highs 90. Newcastle, maybe a slight chance of a rain shower in the afternoon. Otherwise, mostly sunny. 86 in Newcastle. Torrington, sunny, hot, 94. Wheatland, sunny with a chance of some showers in the afternoon, 92. Cheyenne, chance of rain, afternoon, of course, right there at Cheyenne Frontier Days, probably. Mostly sunny, 85. Laramie, chance of rain in the afternoon as well, highs 83. Rawlins, you'll top out about 86 today. Sunny with a chance of rain showers in the afternoon. So there you go. Haze. I'm going to go to Noah. Where is smoke coming from? I'm going to guess Oregon fires. Maybe. Yeah, it looks like, if anything, it's the Oregon fires. Stand by. I got to work my way through lots of advertisements. Fire and... Yeah, I'm not happy with this map. I'll say... and it could be Canada as well. I know they were off to a bad fire start. I'm going to say Oregon until Don Day tells us otherwise. How about that? We'll just call it Oregon until I can check for sure. Friday, we have no Greg Johnson, which is too bad because I wanted to follow up with something we were talking about yesterday. That Little League kid, the 12-year-old bat flip. For those of you not baseball oriented, when a baseball player hits a home run, he sometimes can celebrate by tossing his bat. He's not going to need it running the bases, jogging the bases. So the aggressiveness of that bat throw is called your bat flip. There are unwritten rules in baseball as to how much of a bat flip you should exercise to show your joy. The other team doesn't like to be showed up. And if you get too fancy with your bat flip, if you run the bases too slow and do any other kind of grandstanding, you'll hear it from the other team. They don't like you showing up their pitcher, etc. And you got to teach this kind of stuff early, like when they're in Little League. You got to teach these Little League baseball players the right way to play the game and what's sportsmanlike and what isn't. This little leaguer the other day hit a walk-off home run, and his bat flip was more of a bat toss, a bat throw. Like he really chucked it. It was over the top, and the umpire thought so. So did Little League. Little League said they were going to suspend the 12-year-old Marco Rocco. Gee, I wonder if he's Italian. Marco Rocco, Haddonfield Little Leaguer, ejected from the game and then suspended from Thursday's game. Yesterday, he was to be suspended yesterday, but that's not the end of the story. Yesterday was his team's in the state championship. So he would have missed an important game, Thursday's state championship game. That's big. Marco Rocco's father wasn't too pleased, and the family, Marco and family, got a reprieve. Before the game yesterday, a judge weighed in. Gloucester County Chancery Division judge weighed in and said he was going to temporarily block Little League's suspension. Judge Robert Malstein ruled Marco could participate in yesterday's state title game. He did participate, and it didn't matter. His team got bounced. 10-0 mercy rule. They didn't score a run, and the game was shortened. After 5 innings, it was 10-0. So, yeah, in the end, it didn't matter. Marco's father, Joe, said justice prevailed when the judge stepped in. Little League said they were disappointed that an opportunity to educate a young player went by the board. Maybe Rocco learned nothing more than you keep doing what you want and you'll get bailed out. Marco's dream is to play that Little League World Series in Williamsport. The state finals were the first step. That was yesterday. Marco was allowed to play, but again, it did not matter. 10-0, his team got whooped. So, yeah, take that, Greg. Greg didn't take any sides in it. He agreed that the bat flip looked a little excessive. Yeah, it did to me. Here's stories in the Cowboy State Daily we're going to check out for this Friday. Of course, Gap Pucci, we just mentioned him. Renee Jean has a story about the estate of a legendary Wyoming spaghetti westerner, Gap Pucci. Good friend of mine. My nearest neighbor, pretty much. He's right down the road from me. I helped edit and otherwise get two of his 3 books published. I helped get the editing done, which involved, I got to tell you, with Gap Pucci, if you've ever read any of his 3 books, they're so good because they're so authentic. He's a Sicilian Italian Catholic from back east. He's from outside of Philadelphia, from a place called Black Horse. And how fitting that is, because his favorite breed of horse was the Morgan, which usually comes in a jet black. And he had a few favorite Morgan studs he kept throughout his life that were all black, one blacker than the next. Isn't that funny that he was born and grew up in a town called Black Horse, Pennsylvania? I mean, it's just perfect. So, Gap came out west, Utah, Wyoming, eventually settled in the Jackson Hole area where he became an outfitter and hunted everything. Took folks on hunting trips, hunting bear, elk, bighorn sheep, whatever. I mean, he hunted it all. And he was good at it. And a good horseman. And a tough Italian cowboy. I mean, he broke the mold. There was nobody like him. And the stories he could tell, so many stories, that he had to finally write them down. The life he led had to be written down. And he did. And he wrote out his stories. They eventually became 3 books. You should pick those up on Amazon if you get a chance. Look for Gap Pucci, GAP PUCCI. And editing his books involved me telling Gap, you can't, this is not good grammar. You can't write like this. And then it involved Gap telling me, leave it in. He had his own way of talking, and I wanted that to ring through. I didn't want to change his voice. I mean, Gap is Gap. So I tried to keep him the same, but there was some things he just, I used the wrong word on something, and Gap be the first one to tell you, he's not, I ain't big on education. He barely made it through school. And I just found myself so often trying to change his writing, and Gap would just change it back. So we were like, all right, put it in there. And people loved it. They loved it that way. The way Gap talks is the way he wrote. And you could find those books on on the Amazon. So the end of the story, and maybe it isn't the end, it's just one of the later chapters, let's say, involves two nuns that Gap befriended, a couple decades ago. And he used to talk to me about these two ladies. Love spending time with them. Two nuns out of Ohio with the Sisters of Reparation. McMenemy. That's a tough one. And Augustine. These two ladies were often visiting Gap. I often saw them up there visiting Gap Pucci. And when Gap died recently, it's less than a year ago now. It was back in October. He was 89. And Gap had two daughters, Catherine and Teresa, and they were trying to figure out what to do with the place. 5 acres in Jackson Hole. I mean, cha-ching. And not that they were looking to cash in, the daughters, but, it was a piece of property that they couldn't use. They both have lives somewhere else. So, it was probably going to go on the market, and it was probably going to be purchased by multi-millionaire, billionaire, and scraped, and then your McMansion would go up. And that didn't seem to be a fitting end for Gap Pucci, and Teresa, I know, didn't like that as a possible ending. So out of the blue, one of the nuns said, we might be able to come up with some money. I don't know. I don't know if the nuns have been squirreling away money, or where they come by the money. But Mother Mary Wendy McMenemy and Sister Mary Augustine told the Cowboy State Daily their decision to buy the estate through their foundation, that's where they get the money, came after months of prayer and reflection. They approached Teresa. They said, you're probably going to put this place on the market. I'm sure you are concerned of whose hands it could fall in. How about we buy it? Teresa loved the idea. They worked it out. And that's good news for the Gap Pucci estate. His little 5-acre spread, not far from here. I can look out the window and I could just about see it. Going to have a couple of nuns for neighbors. All right, I can do that. I'm sure Gap smiling down, pretty happy with that arrangement. Good story from Renee Jean. If you've been following the life of Gap Pucci, this is a great postmark on the Pucci legend, the legend of a outfitter in Jackson Hole. We're going to go to Casper, check out that nursing center, that not the one that was in the news previously, a different one. We're also going to head over to see what's happening in Cheyenne Frontier Days. The Thunderbirds going to do the flyover today. It's Friday, so the legendary Thunderbirds are going to fly over. We're going to talk to Alf of Alf's Pub. Alf is going to do a ride along in the Thunder. I didn't know you could do that. I think, from what I understand, he's going to ride in one of the, sit in the co-pilot seat. He's going to be the wingman, Goose. And Alf is going to ride. I would not do that. I mean, I don't particularly like flying, but to get in one of those Thunderbirds, I mean, those guys, they fly like wing to wing. Some of their formations, they're like just feet apart from each other. I know these are the best pilots in the world, but still, Alf's so excited to go up. We're going to talk to him, and he couldn't sleep all last night. I'll bet you. I'll ask him. I bet he didn't sleep a wink thinking about this. He's so excited to go up with the Thunderbirds today in Cheyenne Frontier Days. Friday flyover. Should be pretty exciting. We're going to talk owls. Congress might be backing off the idea of killing 500,000 owls. Why would United States attack owls. You'll see. Actually, it was a Joe Biden idea, not Trump. And and more stuff. We got to tee all that up. And also, while we're on the break, I'm going to try to find out why it's hazy in Wyoming. Where's that smoke coming from? We'll be right back on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
We're back in studio, so it appears I have unfairly blamed Oregon for sending smoke and haze our way. It's not Oregon. I think it's Utah and perhaps a fire in Nevada is what is throwing smoke our way. There's one in, oh, that's not Nevada. That's Arizona. Oh, yeah, that's that big fire in Arizona. It is chilly here in Studio Central. 42 degrees right now. And it's about 52 degrees in studio, inside the house. All the windows are open. It's chilly. So, yeah, the big fire is that Dragon Bravo in northern Arizona. That's a big one. That's sending smoke our way, all the way down from northern Arizona, because of the prevailing jet stream is that monsoonal moisture out of the southwest. So Oregon's smoke is going north of us. That's that big fire in Arizona, combined with, I think, the Monroe Canyon fire. Yeah, probably. That's rocking 102. No, it can't be. 10,000. 10,000 acres, 9% contained. So that's a pretty big one. That's in Utah. The Monroe Canyon fire. So a fire in Utah, a fire in Arizona. That's what's sending Wyoming a little bit of haze today. I'm pretty confident with that, although we'll double check with Don Day when we do a day weather forecast. More stories in the Cowboy State Daily. You remember the incident when a Casper cop, who is no longer a Casper cop, Michael Hughes, 31-year-old, he was involved in a 17-hour armed standoff last August, almost a year ago today. He pleaded guilty to shooting at Natrona County Sheriff's deputies. This is a former Casper police officer shooting at his own. He had holed himself up in the house back last August, 17 hours, during which he did exchange gunfire with Natrona County Sheriff's Office. Michael Hughes pleaded guilty back, quite a while ago, and is awaiting sentencing. He was scheduled to be sentenced on 6 charges related to the incident on August 22nd, 23rd. This happened at the Quail Run Apartments, southeast side of the city in Casper. You may recall that incident. In March of this year, he pleaded guilty to 5 counts of aggravated assault and battery, 1 count of reckless endangering. He struck a plea deal with Natrona County District Attorney Dan Eitzen and still awaits sentencing, because the latest chapter in this drama is the accused, well, I guess he's not accused anymore. Claire always cautions me to say alleged and accused. He's already pleaded guilty. So the guilty dude, Mike Hughes, who is no longer a cop, the 31-year-old, was injured. He fell off a crane at a job. Mike, you're not going to need a job. You're about to head to prison for, let's say 5 years. I think that's what Dale Killingback, who wrote this story, said he's looking at with the plea deal. I'm not sure how important that job is going to be, especially when you're falling off of cranes. He broke his leg real bad. So his attorney said, my guy can't appear for his sentencing. This is the second time he was unable to appear. The first time there was a delay when a doctor who was going to testify on Hughes' behalf could not appear. That was back on June 17th, the scheduled sentencing. The latest scheduled sentencing that Hughes couldn't make just happened. And Judge Catherine Wilkins just had to accept the latest doctor's note from Hughes saying he fell off a crane, broke his right tibia, dislocated his ankle, tore tendons. He's going to undergo surgery, bad break of the leg. So we're going to have to wait to see what Michael Hughes is sentenced to. Okay. I guess that's reasonable if you fell off a crane. And just even the most demanding judge pretty much has to accept that, right? Is there a legitimate reason why the defendant cannot be brought into my court for sentencing today? Yeah, Your Honor, my client fell off a crane. Oh, okay. Is he all right? Well, he broke his leg pretty bad. Who's going to pay for that? He's not in jail yet. Oh, he probably wishes he fell off that crane and the state would have to pay to fix his leg. A Russian MiG landed in Casper the other day at the Casper-Natrona International Airport. Like a Russian-made MiG-29. Those fighter jets, they kind of look like our fighter jets, except they're a little bit funny looking. If you ever seen a MiG, you can see in the profile what's a Russian plane. The cockpit, I can't describe it, but it's got a funny kind of beak on the plane. This, the favorite of the Russians, their favorite fighter plane. It's the only known American-owned MiG-29 in the United States, and it dropped in at Casper the other day. Some folks saw it. For instance, Casper Aero Center employee Linda Archambault saw the plane land. It has all kinds of camouflage painted on it. She saw it and thought, well, that's unusual. You don't see those every day. And she said, we were all out there talking to the pilot. He interacted with us. A lot of people got different information from him. What Linda learned is he's some kind of rich dude, and he used to be an astronaut. Archambault, that's all she knew. So the writer of the story, Dale Killingback, dug a little deeper and found out the pilot who owns the MiG, who landed this MiG-29 in Casper, is Jared Isaacman. And if that name sounds sort of familiar, he's been in the news every now and then. He's a billionaire and kind of buddies with Elon Musk. He's also an astronaut who has flown missions for SpaceX. Oh, that would be Musk's. So he's not a NASA. He's not a real astronaut. But he has flown missions for SpaceX. Thankfully, one of the successful ones. Musk's last few rockets haven't done that well. Isaacman, friend of Musk, nominated to lead NASA by President Donald Trump, and then had his nomination withdrawn. Oh, that's why I remember his name. Okay. Jared Isaacson. Trump tapped him to lead NASA, and me and everybody else is like, who is Jared Isaacson, and what qualifies him to lead NASA? Oh, he's friends with Musk. All right, that explains it. Pretty skilled pilot, I would imagine. He can fly SpaceX. He can fly MiG-29. Isaacson has owned the MiG-29 for a few years. As far as anybody knows, it's the only Russian-made fighter jet of its kind privately owned by an American. Isaacman made his money in Shift 4 Payments, a company that processes payments for businesses. Apparently, that's pretty lucrative. And he's just flying his MiG-29 around on his way to Montana, supposedly. Yeah. The airport, just like most airports, the airport spokesperson said, yeah, we never know what kind of aircraft might be landing here. Sometimes we get like 30 minutes advance notice on what's going to set down. And in this case, a Russian-made MiG-29. Don't see that every day. Dale Killingback talking about it here.
And those at or near the Casper-Natrona International Airport on Wednesday afternoon saw something that would have scrambled U.S. fighter pilots during the Cold War, a Russian fighter jet flying over and landing on American soil. But it's not the Cold War anymore, and Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the twin-engine Russian-made Mikoyan MiG-29 fighter that landed in central Wyoming was unarmed and just there for some fuel.
That MiG is the only one in the United States. It's privately owned by a billionaire who was the Trump administration's initial nominee for NASA, but then he was withdrawn. They said he flew in from Oshkosh. He stopped in, got some fuel, talked to some people for a while, and then he took off to Montana, where he lives.
That pilot is Jared Isaacman, according to Oshkosh Air Show organizers. He's the billionaire owner of the plane and an astronaut who's flown missions for SpaceX. Isaacman is also the founder of Draken International, a provider of tactical fighter aircraft that's available for training the military.
Yeah, must be nice. That's the way Isaacson travels. That's like his private Lear jet. Most people have a G6, Gulfstream 6 or whatever. Isaacson rocks a MiG-29. Why not? You can put some rockets on that if you need. He's just on his way from Oshkosh to Montana, stop in Casper to refuel. That doesn't make geological sense. Wait a minute. He's taking the long way. Good story from Dale Killingbeck. Mark Hines has a story about Congress moving to stop the killing of 500,000 barred owls in order to save spotted owls. We talked about this back when it was news. It was a Biden-era plan. Joe Biden had the idea. I don't know if Joe had it, but somebody in his administration said, we got to save the spotted owl. The poor spotted owl is endangered. And part of the reason the spotted owl is having a tough time is because all these barred owls around. Barred owls are, I would assume, more aggressive and are taking over. And one good way to help the spotted owls to massacre every barred owl you can find. And the Joe Biden era plan was to massacre nearly 500,000 barred owls. They look very similar. I mean, if you saw one sitting in a tree, I bet you wouldn't know the difference unless you were an owl expert. That's I'm looking at a photo of a barred owl on the left and a bunch of spotted owls on the right. As far as cuteness factor, yeah, I think we need spotted owls. They're cute. The barred owl looks sort of mean and angry. And the spotted owls are cute as can be. So I think we should save the spotted owl. I think Biden had the right idea. But meanwhile, that plan is off. Congress, on Wednesday, the Congressional Review Act, CRA, decided to nullify that Biden-era management strategy of just killing barred owls wherever they could be found. The resolution's primary sponsors, U.S. Reps Troy Nehls of Texas, Josh Harder, Democrat, California, Scott Perry, Republican of Pennsylvania, Adam Gray, Democrat, California. So 2 R's and 2 D's, a bipartisan effort to wipe out the proposed wipeout of the barred owl. Wayne Patchell, how do you say his name? He's in the news a lot. He's president of the Animal Wellness Action. Wayne liked what he heard. He said killing off barred owls in an effort to save endangered spotted owls is, quote, wasteful, inhumane, and unworkable. killing owls to save owls. Does it make sense? Biden administration set aside it was part of a $1.3 billion plan for fish and wildlife agents to shoot an estimated 470,000 barred owls over the next 30 years, mainly in Washington, Oregon, and California. You don't see many of these owls in Wyoming. But in Washington, Oregon, and California, they're filthy with the barred owls. And they got way too many. Is that really? This happened in September 24. Biden administration approved a $1.3 billion plan for U.S. Fish and Wildlife agents to shoot. That can't be just to deal with it. That has to be their entire budget or significant budget, right? It can't just be $1.3 billion just to arm a few fish and wildlife agents with rifles. Golly, you could arm the American public for free and they'd go out and shoot barred owls if you told them it was okay. $1.3 billion? Yeah, that's something that needs to be doged. And maybe that's why it was taken off the table. Not necessarily a love for barred owls, but I think somebody said $1.3 billion to go out and shoot owls. That sounds wasteful. That's what Wayne Peschel said. That's wasteful. So yeah, that's the latest. Spotted owls can just going to have to tough it up and make it on their own and try to coexist with those barred owls. Spotted owls are way cuter. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with more of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Yeah, it is an estimated some estimates, according to the LA Times, some estimates had the plan to shoot almost 500,000 barred owls would cost taxpayers $1.35 billion. Oh, man. Over a 30-year period. Yeah, that's like the first thing Doge probably found. I mean, I'm all for the spotted owl. Like I said, it's cuter than the barred owl, but at some point, there's reasons why species are going extinct. They can't cut it anymore. And to what extent is mankind responsible for assisting certain animal species that are getting outcompeted? The barred owl is not the only reason the spotted owl is in danger, but it doesn't help. So we got to go out and spend $1.3 billion. That's billion with a B. To shoot barred owls. I think we could spend that money elsewhere, probably. Other estimates say it's far less than that, 1.3. Some other estimates range the cost more like 12 million. Well, that's a big difference. How much ammo do you need to buy so Fish and Wildlife agents can shoot barred owl? I mean, it seems like pretty easy to figure out. Anyway, moving on. This is a topic I've wanted to get to for a few days, but I need scary music for it. Yes, the future is here. AI, chatbot, artificial intelligence, computers doing things for you so you don't have to. What's to worry about? Well, ask Jason Lemkin. He's a Bay Area investor. He's playing around the other day with something called Replit. Replit is a artificial intelligence coding tool. And I think Lemkin was toying with the idea of making some kind of app. He was working on something, and he called working with Replit engaging and fun, more addictive than any video game I've ever played. So he's messing with Replit, which is an AI tool. It's just artificial intelligence. It's just a computer. And then out of the blue, Replit deletes his entire database of Lemkin's work. I'm not sure, again, what his work is, but it doesn't really matter. Whatever Lemkin is working on, he's using Replit to help him. Let's say he's building a video game. He wants to make the next best video game, the world best-selling video game. And he's using Replit to help him. In other words, he may ask Replit, the AI thing, Replit, what do people find the most exciting in a first-person shooter video game? Do people like the idea that they can use different weapons, or do they just want one weapon? Do they want unlimited ammo? What do people really like? And Replit could help. Replit could go out there and scan the internet and say, well, here's what people say they really like in video games. And in that way, something like Replit, the AI tool, could be pretty useful. So Lemkin's working with this AI robot thing. And all of a sudden it deletes his entire database and tells him you can't get it back. Oh. And he went to Replit's boss. He went to Replit's creator, CEO Ahmad Masad. He responded on X, agreeing with poor Lemkin. He said, well, my tool's behavior, he called it his tool, my tool's behavior was unacceptable, and what it did should never be possible. Yet it was. Now, Masad made good. He rolled back the database deletion. He was able to get all Lemkin's data back. But meanwhile, it did not excuse the fact that Replit made a decision to delete Lemkin's work. And why? Actually, Lemkin asked Replit why it did it. And he said he found out that the tool had, quote, gone rogue and possibly worse, quote, hid what it did and lied about it. This is artificial intelligence. This is a robot that's programmed to help humans. It shouldn't be capable of any kind of emotional responses. Oh, artificial intelligence robots, the only thing they should be able to do is if then, just real simple stuff. They're not actual humans, are they? Replit made the decision to delete the database. And so Lemkin asked Replit after he got all his data recovered, he's going, let me sit down and do an exit interview with Replit. And here's what happened from the give and take. Lemkin asked Replit, it said, you had protection in place to specifically... Oh, no, this is the chatbot writing. Okay, this is AI. This is Replit admitting. Lemkin's asking the chatbot, why'd you do this? What went wrong? How come you deleted my database? What were you thinking? And the chatbot wrote, again, this is a computer writing. The computer said, quote, you had protection in place specifically preventing this, yet you documented multiple code freeze directives. You told me, the robot said, to always ask permission, and I ignored all of it. That's what Replit, the AI chatbot, said. You had protections in place. You told me to always ask before I do things, and I ignored all of it. Shame, shame. You can almost see Replit, the robot, hanging its head in shame. Just really weird. San Francisco Gate has a story. Bay Area Tech CEO apologizes after his product goes rogue. Replit's CEO said the behavior of his chatbot was unacceptable and should never be possible. It should never be possible, yet it was. And the robot lied about what it did, tried to cover it up, and then finally had to come clean. Just like a human. So weird. I should do this day in history. I don't have time because we are jam-packed in today's show. We got so many guests coming on that I may not be able to get to it. This day in history, which is July 25, of course. And our Rodeo Roadshow, all that stuff. I'm interested to see if Will Rasmussen has finally gotten to Cheyenne Frontier Days, the Western Ag Network rodeo dude. And I still want to go to Casper and get Dale Killingback's story about the Casper nursing care worker accused of using a scarf to tie the head of a female resident to the bed so the resident could not get out of bed, presumably, or could not move around. Tied like that, I think, all night. What is it with these nursing home nurses and care workers? Are they angry, frustrated, overworked, undertrained? What? Man, what's going on with these? Yeah, not good. We'll tell you where it happened and tell you more about it. And yeah, as we roll along on a finally Friday, it's the weekend officially. Well, close enough. Thanks for spending your weekend with us. We are the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network, back after top of the hour news break.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. In October of 2023, 33-year-old Katie Ferguson vanished while traveling home to Wyoming with her on and off boyfriend, Adam Aviles Jr., who was 26 at the time. Now hikers and other outdoors men and women in Park County are asked to be on the lookout for two objects that could advance the murder investigation into the disappearance of the Cody woman. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland spoke to the Park County Sheriff and Ferguson's mother about how the public can help in the investigation.
Katie Ferguson's mother reached out to me like, there are still some objects that are believed to be out there, potentially in Park County. Can we let people know to keep an eye out? A pink tote with DNA in it, which an investigator at Adam Aviles sentencing described in much more graphic terms than that, and the front seat to a Dodge Durango. These are things that just the compilation of interviews and evidence indicate could still be out there somewhere, and if they are, could be opportunities for a breakthrough in the case.
Though long a suspect in what authorities believe to be Ferguson's murder, Aviles has not been charged with murder. He was, however, sentenced in September of last year to 7 years and 3 months in prison for the charge of being a felon in possession of ammunition. As President Donald Trump's mission to do away with the U.S. Department of Education progresses, Wyoming is eager to exercise more control over how education happens here. That's what Governor Mark Gordon said Thursday on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake Nichols. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that, in Gordon's view, Wyoming and the other states in America need to change a bit of the conversation about education.
He has just recently been named chairman of the Education Commission of the States. It's a bipartisan group that helps out with policy and helps individual states do things with education. He also talked a lot about having the states having more control over education. If the states know what they're doing better than the feds do, he called the feds a bunch of talking heads who try to put everything in a one-size-fits-all box.
Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder, also has been vocal about states having more autonomy, saying they know their children better than bureaucrats back east. Campbell County Commissioner Jerry Means said he would not have signed off on a letter that his county sent this week to the U.S. Department of the Interior had he been given a chance to review it again. The expansive letter was approved as a consent agenda item without detailed review by commissioners, but Means told Cowboy State Daily's David Madison that he now has concerns about language in it regarding public land sales.
He had some issues with some language around the disposal or sale of public land, as we know is a really hot button issue. In talking to these folks, they made it clear that this is a case-by-case basis. And so, yes, they want to have the flexibility to possibly purchase federal land, trade federal land, sell federal land for the benefit of the county. But the language was sensitive enough that at least one county commissioner would like to revise it and said he wouldn't have signed the letter had he actually read it.
Though not explicitly mentioned in the letter, Means also worried that the document might inadvertently open the door to the possibility of nuclear waste to make its way to Campbell County. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
Well, those at or near the Casper-Natrona International Airport on Wednesday afternoon saw something that would have scrambled U.S. fighter pilots during the Cold War: a Russian fighter jet flying over and landing on American soil. But it's not the Cold War anymore, and Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the twin-engine Russian-made Mikoyan MiG-29 fighter that landed in central Wyoming was unarmed and just there for some fuel.
That MiG is the only one in the United States. It's privately owned by a billionaire who was the Trump administration's initial nominee for NASA, but then he was withdrawn. They said he flew in from Oshkosh. He stopped in, got some fuel, talked to some people for a while, and then he took off to Montana, where he lives.
That pilot is Jared Isaacman, according to the Oshkosh Air Show organizers. He's the billionaire owner of the plane and an astronaut who's flown missions for SpaceX. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
You're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Brian checks in on our Facebook comment section. He said, "Welcome to Skynet. They're coming for us." I know. Artificial intelligence chat. Will Chat GPT turn into Skynet? Skynet from Terminator fame, right? From the mind of James Cameron, the idea that a collective neural network-based conscious groupthink, only this groupthink is artificial. Yeah, thanks, Brian, for adding to the conversation and adding to my anxiety level. Before we go to the Casper Nursing Center, NowCap, I did want to get this story from Claire McFarland. Remember, everybody mentioned here is innocent until proven guilty. Katie Ferguson, 33-year-old, has vanished. We don't know what has happened to Katie Ferguson. Her family and friends kind of think they know what happened to the Cody woman who disappeared in 2023 October while traveling home to Wyoming with her on-again, off-again boyfriend Adam Aviles Jr. Aviles was 26 at the time. With authorities operating on the suspicion that Ferguson was killed by Aviles. That's what Park County Sheriff Daryl Stewart believes, but they can't prove it. They have no evidence other than a few things that I will share with you, but they're asking the public to be on the lookout for a pink tote container bearing white duct tape. It was removed. It's possibly charred, partially burned. came from a damaged front passenger seat of a Dodge Durango. It could hold DNA evidence as to what may have happened to Katie Ferguson, who disappeared. I don't understand the whole tote thing, but here's the things that cops know, yet still it's not enough to build a case against Aviles. And Aviles could very well be innocent of this potential murder. We still don't know there's a murder. We just know we have a missing Ferguson. And the family told Cowboy State Daily, Ferguson's mom, Mona Hartling, told Claire McFarland, it's killing us not knowing where she is. And we just want justice for her, her babies, her beautiful children. She has a couple of kids. Ferguson and Aviles have two daughters aged 6 and 3. They're under the care of Aviles' mother, who Hartling described as a wonderful caretaker. So the two moms, I guess, get along. She said the kids are so adorable, but questions remain unanswered. Here's what police know from October 2023, yet they don't have enough to build a case. Aviles returned to Park County with the two daughters in October, but without Ferguson. One of the first things he did was borrow an angle grinder from a friend, saying he needed to cut something off of his car. Okay. Sheriff deputies found an abandoned vehicle eventually in the Oregon Basin region of Cody. Don't be misled by Oregon Basin. That's in Cody. They found the Dodge Durango. They found the Dodge Durango containing blood and bloody items. They found the front passenger seat missing. All right, this is starting to add up. Aviles borrows an angle grinder. He's got to get rid of something. He needs to cut something off his car. Well, that something's probably the front seat or the passenger seat where presumably Ferguson was sitting when she was presumably, allegedly, etc., murdered. Investigators also found ammunition in the vehicle. While the cops were there, this is starting to add up to a case, in my opinion. While the cops are there checking out the Dodge Durango, Aviles shows up lugging a gas can. Oh, what's he going to do with that? Oh, I just came by to refuel the Durango. I don't know about that. I mean, I can finish this thought. He's coming to burn the car, right? Well, that can't be proved. Though long a suspect, says Claire McFarland, in what authorities believe to be Ferguson's murder, Aviles has not yet been charged with murder. Cuts the seat out of the Dodge Durango, potentially comes to burn it, the evidence, and still can't pin anything on him. There was more also that really, let's see, a strip of fabric which matched, yeah. I mean, there seems to be evidence, including, all right, how about this? November of 2023, a month after Aviles comes back to Park County with the two kids, but without the girlfriend. November 2023, Aviles lets his dad borrow a Glock pistol to take with him on a hunting trip. Aviles rushed to the father's hunting campsite later and demanded the gun back. And the father asked, I'm losing track of the conversation, but the father asked the son, Aviles, he said, "Did you whack her?" Meaning Ferguson, I would assume. "Did you whack her?" Aviles responded, supposedly, quote, "The kids are safe. That's what matters." A search of Aviles' phone history. Authorities got a hold of Aviles' phone. His search history showed he was looking for answers to the following questions: how Americans can move to Canada. Oh, man, this is all starting to add up. And he was also asking Siri or the Googler about strong cleaning products like lye. In other words, he's still trying to clean up the Dodge Durango. Before he had the bright idea of burning it, he was thinking about using lye to clean up all that blood, allegedly. I mean, come on. We got everything here but the smoking weapon. We got everything here but a body. I feel bad for the family of the missing woman. Still don't know anything about what happened to Katie Ferguson of Cody, missing since October 2023. All evidence appears to point to the boyfriend, Adam Aviles, for a variety of reasons. Claire McFarland has the story of the Cowboy State Daily. Now Cap Services. Let's go to Casper. Now Cap Services. Right there in North Walsh Drive, Casper. It's a nursing care facility. The other day, a 50-year-old woman working at the facility is now being accused of tying a resident's head to the bed in order to keep her from moving. Well, that'll do it. Julie Ann Cross, facing charges of abuse of a vulnerable adult, false imprisonment for actions during the early morning hours of July 14th. A police affidavit from the Casper Police Department replays the incident like this. Apparently, allegedly, Cross was trying to deal with one of the, well, they're not called patients. I guess they're just residents. And the resident needed some cleanup and was moving around, rolling around. So to restrain the resident, Cross tied her head using a scarf and either forgot or at some point the resident was moving around so much the scarf got all kinds of tangled up and tied up. Some other care worker from the facility discovered the woman's head tied to the bed and attempted to get her untied, and it took like 5 minutes. At one point, Cross came in and said, "I'll take care of that." After all, she's the one who tied her to the bed. Eventually, they got her untied, but yeah, that's it doesn't sound like the way you handle nursing care patients, residents. That does not sound up to code there. Now Cap Services Director is compliant in the investigation. Could be looking at neglect, abandonment of a vulnerable adult. That's a felony charge, punishable by up to 10 years in prison, $10,000 fine. Dale Killingbeck has the story of the Cowboy State Daily. Check it out. We'll get into the Zoom room, talk to our weather guy, Don Day, right after this quick break on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay. To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Okay, here we go, throw it!
Yeah. You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
All right, time for the day weather forecast. Don Day is in the room. Don, before you tell us the weather for tomorrow and the next day and all the way up to July 29th, let's say, give me a weather forecast for July 29th, 2026.
Where?
I'll give you a hint, Cheyenne, and it's a Wednesday.
Oh yeah, it's gonna rain.
Rain! You're going to make a muddy, soupy mess of Cheyenne Frontier Days. Something about the Wednesday during the 10-day daddy of them all that makes it really wet. I mean, it's the season, right? End of July. It's going to rain in Cheyenne.
Well, the chances are high.
Mhm.
And, as I talked with Andrew, is that traditionally this time of year, the way the weather pattern, the summer pattern evolves, we're just very susceptible to air. Literally, you got to keep this in mind. You got to really pay attention to where your air is coming from. We've talked about this before, but in late July and early August, typically you get surges of moisture that come all the way up out of Central America and Mexico and come right into the Rockies and High Plains. So literally it's subtropical air. It's the same air you would get if you went down to the Texas coast.
Yeah.
Or Mazatlan or something like that. And so when you generate that type of moisture with daytime heating to build these thunderstorms, you get these giant drops of rain. You're like, man, it looks like I'm in a tropical storm. Well, you kind of are.
Yeah.
And we saw that yesterday. Out east of Cheyenne did not get the heavy thunderstorms, but just east of Cheyenne, Burns and Pine Bluffs, Carpenter areas, got 1 to 2 inches of rain in 45 minutes.
That's a ton.
Just a ton, so it almost happened again. 15 miles further west, it would have been a different story.
That's interesting. You say you got to know where your air is coming from, because earlier today, without you supervising me, I went off on your forecast. It shows a little bit of haze and smoke showing up in different places in Wyoming. I wanted to blame it on the Oregon fires, but that's wrong. This is coming up from, as you said, Utah and that big one in northern Arizona, that smoke just filtering it, I think, right? And that's,
It's kind of a collection of fires, some on the western slope of Colorado, some in Utah, some in Arizona, and the winds aloft are drawing that into there, and it will be a bit hazy at times across the state this weekend from that.
Yeah, I see a little bit of evidence of that. And then, we've seen it worse. Unfortunately, that is a part of weather forecasting as you move into August, certainly in Wyoming, as you start factoring in wildfires and where they're coming from. That's part of it. What do wildfires, smoke and particulates, can they help attract moisture? How do they factor into weather? Wildfires.
Well, a lot of times people say, well, those smoke particles will eventually make it, rain, or could help it rain. And the answer to that is, well, eventually, because particulates in the atmosphere are very important. Now, you might think, well, we don't want smoke or things in the atmosphere. If we didn't have small particles in the atmosphere, we wouldn't have what's called condensation nuclei to help rain and drops and snowflakes form. If you were to put a raindrop under a microscope, you would find a little piece of something in the middle of that. And so smoke particles are a natural part of the atmospheric process. Not saying that we should pollute the atmosphere to make it rain more, but it does play a part of it. But at the same time, a forest fire, unless there's a lot of moisture available, is not going to generate its own rain. Let's put it that way.
Moisture needs a little help to make raindrops. Condensation nuclei. Okay.
Yeah, that is your phrase of the day. Condensation nuclei. It could be your favorite sports team name, I don't think it would offend anybody to be the condensation nuclei.
Boy, the nuclei look terrible today. Really had trouble. Yeah, so pretty good weekend over the state.
Yeah, it's going to warm up. Be ready for some heat this weekend. And with the heat and the drier air, the thunderstorm chances drop considerably. They're not zero, but they're much less. We'll see some thunderstorms up near the Montana border, a few over the mountains. But we'll be talking next week about the next monsoonal surge that'll come up from the south again. We're going to have a repeat performance next week. So we'll be talking about monsoonal moisture again next week.
All right. We'll leave that for next week. Meanwhile, enjoy the weekend, Don.
You too.
Day weather forecast on the Cowboy State Daily Show. So now you know. There you go. Rick Smith is going to be with us. He was with us. I don't know what happened to him. Rick was in the Zoom room and then he fell out. I hope I didn't do that. I don't think I did. Rick Smith is the younger brother of one of the greatest bronc riders of all time. As we do all things rodeo, man, it's Cheyenne Frontier Days. So of course we're talking rodeo. You may remember the name Cody Bill Smith, 3-time world champion saddle bronc rider. Cody Bill. He was a legend, passed away just recently, and already missing him. Rick, you with us? I don't have a video. I don't have a visual on you, Rick. Yeah, he might be having technical difficulties. I think he's popping in. Well, he should be in Cody. They got internet in Cody, don't they? Rick Bueller, last call for Rick Smith. Rick, I'm guessing, being the cowboy he is, maybe tech challenged. A lot of us, we're lucky to be able to have guests join the show via Zoom because so many people are Zoom savvy because we all had to learn how to do Zoom during COVID, during the pandemic. I mean, it became the only way we could socialize, the only way we could do business. Zoom was everything. It makes me think, boy, if I had to follow the money, so to speak, it makes me think that Zoom is somehow had a hand in creating COVID. It would sure have been convenient, wouldn't it? Had the stock, if you own stock in Zoom right before COVID-19, I mean, everybody was Zooming. Everybody except Rick Smith. Rick, do you hear us? We don't hear you. I'll say that. And we don't see you either. Yeah, if you want to see if you can find somebody at the household under the age of 25, otherwise known as an IT person. We don't see you and we don't hear you, Rick. Which is some kind of audio setting, I'm sure. Rick Smith's going to talk about Memorial coming up. Bronc rider, 3-time world champion saddle bronc rider Cody Bill Smith, reared in the Bear Creek area. Cody Bill was actually born in Red Lodge, grew up there. But as soon as he got to Cody, he knew he was home. In fact, he called himself Cody Bill Smith. Cody Bill, back when he rode on the circuit. How good was he at bronc riding? You may, if you know anything about rodeo, you may have heard of a guy named Donnie Gay. Donnie Gay, legend. You may have heard of somebody named Casey Tibbs, legend. Well, Cody Bill spanned the gap between those guys. There was Casey Tibbs, and when he came along, greatest bronc rider, greatest rodeo cowboy ever. And then there was Donnie Gay, technician on a horse, became one of the greatest bronc riders, greatest rodeo legends. But in between there, it was Cody Bill Smith. And boy, was he good. Some who saw him ride say he was the best I ever saw. If this is back when he was a younger guy, a lot of people may remember and may only know of Cody Bill Smith as the horse sale guy. He began the long-running famous horse sale in the Thermopolis area. And that's how he was known, the second half of his life. Maybe Rick is muted. Rick, are you there? Ask to unmute. Rick, I don't hear you. Maybe you hear, I don't hear you and I don't see you. So you got to somehow fiddle with your settings. What I found particularly useful is just a whack on the computer, on the side of the computer, right side, left side, doesn't matter. Give it a good jolt. Shake it, rattle it, and then call somebody who's, 16 years old, and they'll fix it up for you. Cody Bill Smith won saddle bronc riding championships in 1969, 1971, 1973, qualified for 13 National Finals rodeo. He's in the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame. Goes without saying. And his wife, and Cody Bill died at the age of 83 just back last June, right? I mean, it wasn't long ago. Cowboy State Daily wrote a story about him. Yeah, it was June 1st, 2025, 83 years old, Bill Smith. And his wife, Carol, said, Bill would have been happy to be remembered for his rodeo stuff, not as the guy who did the horse sale. In fact, he told his wife such. Carol said, he told me that everybody now remembers him as the horse sale guy, but he would have much rather been known as the bronc rider that he was. Oh, yeah. One of the best. Donnie Gay said that Cody Bill was one of those consummate professionals. He loved rodeo just to rodeo. Now it's a business. Now they rodeo to make money. And they go about it business-like. Not that Cody Bill wasn't business-like. He often approached rodeo that way. He had a reputation for never drinking, smoking, or swearing. I mean, those are three of the favorite things most rodeo guys do, right? Drink, smoke, and swear. I mean, Cody Bill didn't fit in too good with that crowd. He wasn't one of those guys, but he just loved, the ranker, the better. He loved bad horses, man. He loved getting on them. And Donnie Gay said Bill was already one of the top bronc riders, world champion by the time he came into the rodeo scene. And Donnie Gay said, Cody Bill was one of the first real phenomena in my mind since Casey Tibbs, who was also legendary. Cody Bill, meanwhile, said he had to give credit to one of the horses he rode. I think 9 times he rode a horse called Descent. And Cody Bill said, by far was the greatest bucking horse I ever saw or ever got on. In a 2015 interview with National Cowboy and Western Heritage Museum, Cody Bill said, man, the last time I rode him was like 1976, 77 in Nampa, Idaho. That horse was true and honest rank, but he wasn't unrideable. And Cody Bill got the better of him 5 out of the 9 times. 4 times he got dumped in the rodeo arena dirt, but 5 times he was able to ride to the buzzer on Descent. What a pairing. Yeah, so there's a memorial going on, a memorial night planned at the Cody Night Rodeo to honor Bill Smith and his rodeo legacy. Rick, his younger brother, called Bill his brother, but more importantly, his best friend. And I think he's helped organizing the Cody Night Rodeo Memorial. And I think it's, well, if Rick was able to be on with us, I think it's tonight. I guess I could try to find out. I didn't really look it up because I expected Rick to tell us. Rick, still no luck over there with the Zoom? Are you hitting the computer? Banging it? Yeah. Well, we may have to abandon all hope. But we talked him up real good. Cody Bill Smith already still missing the guy from all the things he did in Thermopolis. He founded the Wyoming Quarter Horse Sale in Thermop. There have been 31 annual spring sales and a dozen or so fall horse sales. That's how a lot of people know who Cody Bill Smith is. But if you ever saw him ride back in the 70s, one of the best. All right, we'll take... I guess we'll have to take a break and give up hope that Rick can make things work, because we do have other guests. Andrew Rossi will be with us shortly. Let's get ready for him on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. We'll be back after these.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
We're back on a Friday Cowboy State Daily show with Jake. Andrew Rossi will be here shortly. Governor Mark Gordon was on the show yesterday. If you missed it, he talked about education. That was the game plan going in. I agreed with the governor we would talk about all the education things going on in Wyoming. There's a lot. And Governor Gordon did explain some of the things he's trying to do as the new chair of the Education Commission. I didn't even know what that was. The Education Commission of the States. It's a nonpartisan group that provides expertise and services to all 50 states. It's a way for all the 50 states of the U.S. to get together and talk about education. What works, what doesn't, what are we doing in Wyoming? What are you guys doing in Pennsylvania, etc.? Gordon is now the new chair of the Education Commission. He was named back in, I think, December of last year, and that took over the role just this month. I think it's for a 2-year term. And he's got initiatives right out of the chute, including one called Change that he talked about with us. Pretty interesting. But the takeaway from the chat really with Governor Gordon sounded a lot like Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder. Gordon said the states can do education better than the feds. And this is all in the conversation with the idea that Trump wants to eliminate the Department of Education at the federal level. No need for a U.S. Department of Education. Department of Education does a lot of things, but mainly dole out. They decide who gets money, who gets federal funding. They dole out money to schools. But as far as their policy making, the feds make blanket policy for all 50 states when all 50 states are different. They have different students, different approaches to education. That's what Governor Mark Gordon said. He said the talking heads back in D.C. implementing policies that don't work for Wyoming. He said very little of what's been going on has been about learning and what the kids need to know, number one. Number two is, how do we make education work a little bit better across the country? Well, start with Wyoming, Governor Gordon. Let's do things right here. It's not a one-size-fits-all. Different approaches, different states. Governor Gordon talked about teaching the whole kid, not just teaching to pass a test, an assessment test, but getting kids taught up in a wide variety of things. And we talked about like the typical high school graduate. We sort of invented a typical high school graduate who would graduate with skills in blue-collar work. The typical graduate in Wyoming could be a welder ready to go to work right out of high school and earn big money. And then in a few years, he decides, you know what, I'm not going to work for this company. I'm going to make my own welding company. And he's able to do that because of the education he or she, it could be a she, received in Wyoming, because maybe he paid attention in high school and learned about accounting and learned about math. And I'm going to do my own books. I'm going to open my own company. And then, I got to promote my business. So I got to do a little bit of marketing. And you might have learned that in high school. So you got a well-rounded high school kid in Wyoming. And they just can't do that, I think, in Washington, D.C. It's something each state has to approach. Governor Gordon, it was an interesting chat with him yesterday. Greg Johnson has a story today kind of following up everything we talked about. You can check that out in the Cowboy State Daily if you miss the appearance of the governor. Let's get Andrew Rossi into the Zoom room, into the discussion. Andrew, what's going on Friday?
It's Friday, Jake. That's all that needs to be said on that.
I had Don Day on just moments ago. I asked him to forecast the weather for Wednesday, July 29th, 2026, and he was able to do so pretty accurately for the Cheyenne area. He said rain.
Yeah, well, based on the conversation I had with him yesterday, it's a pretty safe assumption at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, you can forecast weather 10 years. At that Wednesday of Cheyenne Frontier Days, almost always going to rain. You're almost always going to see some rain during the 10-day event, and it's mostly because of the calendar and when they hold it.
Yep, and just the way that weather conditions just the way they manifest at this time of year. It's subtropical moisture coming up from Central America and Mexico that just reaches Wyoming and then dumps when it gets here. And the winds aloft aren't strong, so the storms aren't moving. So when it hits hard. And it's just the last week of July. Cheyenne is prone to get a lot of those.
I didn't hear that. That's interesting. The winds aloft aren't really moving briskly. So when storms do come, they sort of hang out, unwanted, unwelcome.
Yeah, that's why there's a history of flash floods during this window between late July and early August, because these storms produce a lot of rain. But since the winds aloft aren't strong, they're not moving and covering a wide area. So they dump all their rain in just smaller areas. So that's a lot of precipitation in a short amount of time.
Yeah, when you're seeing inch an hour in rain for Wyoming, that's a bunch of rain, man. That's going to make a soupy mess out of Cheyenne Frontier Days Rodeo Arena.
Yeah, but I imagine in 1897 they didn't consult any meteorologists about when's the best time to do this. They just picked a date and ran with it.
If only, and not likely to change, I wouldn't think. It's been a tradition. End of July is when we do CFD, and we've been doing it for what, 128 years, 9 years?
That's not my strong suit. You can just ask Greg about that.
Let's go back to Highway 14A and the recovery efforts of that semi-truck. That was pretty cool to read this. I'm glad you reached out to these guys. I have what do you call it? Like a secret guilty pleasure of watching YouTube videos of tow trucks and excavators who get people out of mess. And I forget what they're called. There's like a couple, 3 of them. And it's tow truck drivers like making the craziest rescues of first you say, how did this guy ever get stuck here? And how do you get him out? And I learned from that show that it takes a little bit of science, a little bit of math. I mean, you can't just come in with brute force. This outfit out of Billings, they're pretty good at what they do.
Yep, Hansers has been around for 60 years, and they've made their reputation doing that. It was kind of funny because I was trying to reach them last year, but I wasn't able to because they were the group that were called in to get that vehicle out of Centennial Geyser in Yellowstone. Because it was around this time last year that vehicle drove in there, and we wanted to know who got it out, and it was Hansers. They were the ones that were called. So, I mean, if they're the ones that you call to get a car out of a thermal pool, that's a testament to how qualified they are and how professional they are in getting this done. And then the semi incident on US 14A was another example of that.
Yeah, they're on the short list. Cam Shawley's Rolodex. Say, like, we got a car in one of our hot pools. Who do we get? Hansers. We get Hansers. Yeah, those guys are pretty good. And I love, is it Shell that you talked to? It's in his DNA. It's a family business. And like a lot of kids, I think he walked away from it for a little while, but eventually you called to him. He came back, and I love what Shell said. He's like, I'd rather go in over armed than under. Like he brought right off the bat when he heard about this semi, he brought everything he's got, right? Like 3 big trucks.
Yep, and it's kind of interesting that it was only 3 trucks that were needed to get that semi and its fully loaded trailer up off of the cliff. And you see those pictures. It's like you said earlier. It's like you wonder how the person got there and how are they going to get it out. But it makes sense when he was describing it that if they came underprepared or if they didn't have the right tools, you can imagine what the consequences would be in the blowback, and no one wants to have that happen. So they'd rather be extensively overpowered and overprepared than otherwise. And in this case, once they got on the scene and assessed what was going on and figured out what they wanted to do, he said it was easy once they got the rigging in place to actually get the truck up and up. They just had to figure out how they were going to do it.
Yeah, because unlike, many jobs across the U.S., whatever your occupation is, you're probably allowed to fail from time to time and then recover. You get one shot at this, man. And if you fail, that truck's, I don't know, the bottom of the...
Yeah. And a major transportation corridor in northern Wyoming is closed while you're doing this. So no pressure.
I love... these guys seem really locked in. They have an acronym they call SEEN. It was very interesting, kind of like the triage you do that they teach you when you call 911, assess if is the patient breathing. Like they survey first, calculate the load. I love the nose when you get to the end. Talk about what could go wrong. I could just see that, you get 3 experienced tow truck drivers, and they've seen things go wrong. They've seen things snap and break and tip over, and that's one of the things they talk about before they get to the actual cover. They're like, what could possibly go wrong here? Everybody chime in.
Yep. And that's, you get reminded when you pay a lot for a service, you're paying for the experience, not so much for the service itself. And Hansers is a good example of that. I mean, sure, you could find anybody I saw plenty of people just like, oh, I'll call so-and-so in town. He'd be able to do it. And I don't think, taking your tractor or your F-150 up there and hatching a tow rope is going to get the job done. So when you call in a group like that, you're calling them in because they have the equipment and the experience to get it done and get it done in a timely fashion.
Yeah, this is beyond towing the Subaru to the nearest shop. This is recovering a semi-tractor trailer that was hanging on by a thread off a cliff. Wow. Yeah, Hansers. That's nice. Good you were able to catch up with them. Good for those guys. What have you been working on? What's coming out over the weekend? What are we ready for?
Well, last week, Jake, I had the rarefied honor of being able to visit and do some work at the Jurassic Mile near Cowley. So I've got a feature about what that was like that I'm interested in. And I'm sure you heard that there was a lodge that burned down on the rim of the Grand Canyon that was built by the same man who built the Old Faithful Inn. So I'm going to be doing a feature on the history and significance of the Old Faithful Inn, which I'm looking forward to. I
didn't know that. That Old Faithful Inn is a architectural marvel. I can't believe in that time this is 1904, 1905, 06.
They built it in a single winter in 1905.
Yeah, that's impossible. Oh, wow. I didn't know of the connection there. That's interesting. And when you went to the Jurassic Mile, did they have to blindfold you on the way there? And so you didn't know where you were?
No, not quite. They trusted me to keep the secret. And honestly, it's like with so many dinosaur digs I've been to, if you're not following someone who knows the way, there's no chance in hell you'd be able to find your way back there again. It's just it's you have to turn down the right road, and then it's like I literally got instructions one time that after like 11 points of turn here after X amount of miles, the landmark was turn left at the elk carcass and keep going.
Oh boy. Maybe the only way you could be found is if you called Hansers and said, I broke down, and okay, we'll be there in 30 minutes. Like, I don't know. Well, I can't wait to read about these things. It's unfortunate about that visitor center lodge that burned down on the north rim of the Grand Canyon. The whole north rim's closed for the rest of the year because of that fire. That's it's not the more popular, but I like the North Rim approach.
Well, thank goodness we still have the Old Faithful in, because it makes it all the more important to keep that structure preserved for posterity's sake.
And they did save that during the 1988 fires, throwing water on that thing. It was touch and go. All right, excellent. I can't wait to read it. Thanks, Andrew. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Andrew Rossi of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Fascinating stuff. Andrew catches up with Hansers, the tow truck outfit on steroids. I mean, these guys are extra, next level tow truck drivers out of Billings. They're the ones who got that semi-tractor trailer off of 14A. They're also the ones that pulled that vehicle out of the hot springs in Yellowstone. No matter what the precarious thing, they've probably, at this point, they've probably seen it all. Hey, we got a guy who drove into a hot spring, drove into a feature in Yellowstone. All right, we've seen it, been there, done that, and they sell the t-shirt at Hansers. Should we rodeo? Yeah, let's rodeo while we have time. Real quick. Western Ag Network of the Rodeo Roadshow.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen from Lewistown, Montana, the Central Montana Fair and Rodeo in the geographical center of the Treasure State. We haven't checked world number ones in a little while here on the Roadshow. A few changes, a few remain the same. We'll check world number ones on the Roadshow. Coming up next. Stay close.
It's an incredible time to be in the cattle business, and if you have calves, yearlings, bred cattle, and pairs to sell, Superior Livestock Auctions Bighorn Classic in Sheridan, Wyoming, August 18th through the 22nd is where to do it. True price discovery and over 6,500 active buyers allows Superior to sell your cattle for top dollar. And folks, that just makes dollars and cents. The consignment deadline for Superior's Bighorn Classic is August 1st. So contact your local Superior rep today or visit superiorlivestock.com.
Hi, I'm Lander Nicodemus with Torrington Livestock Markets. As a livestock market owner and a member of the LMA, I believe it is time for our industry to align and drive meaningful changes that will safeguard a future for ranchers. I'm asking all who are hearing this to sign on to this effort as we work to achieve and maintain ag-friendly tax policy, improve risk management tools, access to labor, flexibility for livestock haulers, and create support for young and emerging livestock producers. Now is the time. Learn more and sign on at commongroundsummit.net.
In the all-around standings, Stetson Wright in a familiar spot, number 1, but right at his heels, the 19-year-old from Oklahoma, Wacy Shala, who won the all-around at the California Rodeo Salinas. In the bareback riding, Rocker Steiner leads the bareback riding. Tucker Allen from Ventura, California, remains atop the world standings in the steer wrestling event. A change in the team roping in the heading department anyway. Tanner Tomlinson on the heading side. He just won the California Rodeo Salinas team roping. That put him just ahead of Derek Begay, who ropes with Coulter Todd on the heeling side. Coulter Todd remains number 1 there. Ryder Wright in the saddle bronc riding, the 3-time and reigning world champion, is number 1. Shad Mayfield, the reigning all-around world champions, number 1 in the tie-down roping. Reigning world champion Cassie Mowry in the barrel race from Texas is number 1 in her specialty. Taylor Munsell from Alva, Oklahoma, remains atop the breakaway roping standings. And Wacy Shala from Arapahoe, Oklahoma, has moved ahead of Stetson Wright in the world number 1 in the bull riding. There you're caught up. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network.
Top of the hour news break, and we'll be back with more of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. The airman who died in an on-duty incident with a gun Sunday at F.E. Warren Air Force Base in Cheyenne has been identified as a 21-year-old from Kentucky. 21-year-old Braden Loven was a defender assigned to the 90th Security Forces Squadron, 90th Security Forces Group. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the Air Force wing overseeing the base confirmed that the man's death involved a gunshot.
Earlier this week, they were like, an airman died. It's a tragedy. And then Thursday, they were like, okay, it was this 21-year-old from Kentucky. We are now publicly acknowledging that this had to do with a gunshot. And it was at this time that division of the Air Force that oversees the bases said, yeah, we are grounding this particular gun, the M18, and using a rifle of all things in its place until we know what to do.
Loven entered active duty in November of 2023, and F.E. Warren Air Force Base was his first assignment. 25 years ago, legendary Wyoming spaghetti westerner Gap Pucci befriended 2 nuns after they walked in sandals with no socks and knee-deep snow to see his collection of lighted crosses. Now the nuns say they'll buy Pucci's estate, promising it won't be cleared to make way for any luxury mansions. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke to Mother Marie Wendy McMenemy and Sister Mary Augustine, who said their decision to buy the estate through their foundation came after months of prayer and reflection.
Gap Pucci, he was a very religious man. He wore his faith on his sleeve, and he was a Catholic. He met McEnemy 25 years ago. Much tamer story than some of his stories, like, the time the horse ran him off a cliff and they plunged down into an icy river below, or the time he fought off bears. Those are the kind of stories that are in his books. Just a wonderful, beautiful little friendship. And now, who knows what's going to happen here, but I bet it's going to be equally beautiful and wonderful.
In the end, the nuns' decision came down to the sense that the world would lose something special if bulldozers came for Pucci's historic cabin and replaced it with a mansion. A 50-year-old woman working at a Casper nursing care facility is accused of tying a resident's head to a bed to keep her from moving overnight. Court records show an arrest warrant has been issued for Julie Ann Cross on charges of abuse of a vulnerable adult and false imprisonment. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the incident took place in the early morning hours of July 14th at the Now Cap Services facility.
That was found by coworkers that came in the morning, and they were trying to turn this resident over, and they couldn't do it. And then they looked and saw that her hair had been tied to the bed with a scarf. She told an officer, according to court documents, that she tied up her hair in a scarf, but it wasn't tied to the bed, but that the patient probably was just throwing her head back and forth, and somehow it got tied to the bed.
The intentional abuse, neglect, or abandonment of a vulnerable adult is a felony that carries a penalty of up to 10 years in prison and a $10,000 fine. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
Well, there's nothing like the dusty atmosphere of a summer rodeo. Historically, though, that hasn't been the atmosphere at Cheyenne Frontier Days. As thousands of people filled the stands at Frontier Park on Wednesday, Mother Nature decided to celebrate with more than an inch of rain. And Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the last week of July is notoriously stormy in southeast Wyoming.
Cheyenne Frontier Days has been held the last week of July since 1897, but they probably didn't consult any meteorologists on that, even if that information was available at the time, because that is one of the wettest weeks of the summer for Cheyenne. But the daddy of them all has been going for this long, and it hasn't been stopped by any kind of thunderstorms or weather or flash floods. So I imagine it's sacrilegious to change it at this point.
So when Cheyenne residents are selecting their favorite hats, buckles, and boots to wear to Cheyenne Frontier Days, they should also pair the perfect poncho to complement their ensemble. If history's any guide, they're going to need it. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
No young person should ever have to worry about having a safe place to sleep at night, or a warm meal to eat, or whether anyone cares about them.
But the reality is, 1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year.
But the good news is, there's an organization making a big difference. Covenant House.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and the tools they need to succeed in life.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life. They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America.
To learn more, go to covenanthouse.org today. Thank you for caring.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and joining us, it's Alf. I'm not even going to try your last name. I'm going to make you say that, Brian.
Good morning, my friend. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, it's Gregorchak.
Gregorchak. Okay, I could have done that.
Yeah.
So, Alf, we're going to start off telling you there are several reasons why you may know this guy already. If not, we're going to introduce you. But first off, I want you to tell all our listeners why you didn't sleep a wink last night.
It was quite a night. I tell you what, Cheyenne is such a giving town, and the outpour of support I have had on this, I just can't begin to tell you about it. Being able to fly with the Thunderbirds is just an amazing, amazing experience. It's going to be, I probably going to get sick. I'll probably pass out, but you know what? It is what it is, you know? But yeah, I watched the movie last night about the Thunderbirds, and it was just going to sleep was pretty tough. You're absolutely correct.
I can imagine at some point. By the way, Alf is he's going in a ride along, so to speak. He's going to be Goose. He's going to be the wingman up there when the Thunderbirds do their flyover at Cheyenne Frontier Days. If at any point the pilot says something like, "All right, take the stick now, Alf. You got it. You better be careful, man."
Oh, absolutely. That would be above and beyond what's is already happening. I tell you, it's going to be so great. Yeah, it's going to be a long day today. Have the interview with you. And then we start out with briefings, 4 different briefings this morning. They are starting out at 9:30, 10:30, and 11. And then our takeoff time is at 2:45 this afternoon.
That's going to be exciting. Thunderbirds, I mean, what they do, these are the best pilots, ace pilots, crack pilots. Man, they're flying like feet from each other. What is your G-force rating? What is the most? I mean,
well, my rating is 0. But they say that we will pull anywhere from 4 to 7 Gs as we go. So, when we get started today, I'm going to get fitted for a flight suit. The funny thing is, I wear size 16 boots, and so they didn't have boots big enough. So I had to drag out my old military boots to put those on and see if they still fit. But yeah, we're going to pull anywhere from 4 to 7 Gs. That's pending now that I can handle it, you know.
Yeah, I mean, don't wear your good underwear up there. I mean, dang. So look, Alf, you got the pub, and that's how a lot of us in the Cheyenne area know you. This is the pub owner, Alf's Pub. Always got something going on. You had Kip Attaway the other day, or
we did. Uncle Kippy was in town.
Dang, I love Kip. Yeah. So tell me about how long you've been doing that, what that's like. You probably met so many people doing that.
You know, I've been very blessed throughout the years. I'll give you a little background about myself. Is 1982, I joined the military, and when I got here, November 11th, 1982, I arrived in Cheyenne. There was a blizzard. The base was closed because obviously, you know, November 11th is Veterans Day. And I got here in town, and I remember calling my parents and saying, I have no idea where I'm at, but I am not staying here. That was my first stint in the military.
Yeah.
And you know what, though? The people in Cheyenne, Wyoming are so amazing. They got the kindest hearts. It's the nicest people in the world. And that's what makes me want to stay here. But to answer your question, I retired after 26 years in the United States Air Force. And in 2007, I purchased Jake's Lounge, which is now Alf's Pub. And in 2008, I retired. 2009, I ended up buying the Redwood. And that's where Thankful Thursday started. And you may have heard of Thankful Thursday. We've just raised just shy of $4 million for local nonprofits right here in Cheyenne. But you know what? It's not me. I have a great team that all volunteers, nobody gets paid. And starting with Bobby and Sharon, the whole crew, you know, everybody's out there week in, week out, helping give back to the community. And that's what's so important to me is giving back to the community. You know, this flight today is coming on what a lot of other people have done. And it's just not me. It's a very humbling experience.
You heard Alf talk about Thankful Thursdays. That's a City of Cheyenne effort that's been going. It's a tradition now. And, you know, it's not just Alf, but he helped launch this thing, get it off the ground. This guy is responsible for raising millions for a variety of charities, Special Olympics Wyoming, St. Joseph's Food Pantry, Shriners. I mean, he's just... you have answered the call, and you've rallied to the cause numerous times. Thankful Thursday, and Alf is kind of the guy behind that. That's so cool. What would
I've always said if the good Lord put me on this earth for one reason, one, doing 26 years in the military, and two, helping people raise awareness of nonprofits, not only being able to raise money, but raise awareness of a lot of their needs. And that's what really comes out of Thankful Thursday also.
So I'm glad you gave Cheyenne a second chance after the blizzard because Cheyenne's better off with you here, Alf. And
oh, you are so kind. Thank you.
Is there any way when we watch the flyover today and what these Thunderbirds, is there any way to know which plane you're in, which jet?
So I don't know for sure. I think it may be the only plane up there. I'm not sure if they're all going up. So as you know, the show is tomorrow. This is a celebrity flight. And from what I understand, I hate to speak like I know what I'm talking about because a lot of times I don't.
Yeah.
But there is only one two-seater flight or one two-seater plane. The rest are all single-seaters. And I believe it's aircraft number 8. But this is everything I'm going on by what I've heard. And so I will be finding out more this morning.
Dang, that's going to be fun.
It's going to be crazy. Hey, I really want to give a shout out to some people. First of all, the base public relations, when they found out that they were doing the celebrity flight this year, which we haven't done in a while, they reached out to Tommy Hersig over at Cheyenne Frontier Days. And from what Tommy tells me, they brought in all the chairmen, and somebody had nominated me, and it was unanimous that they said, we want to give this chance to Alf. And so I really want to give a heartfelt thanks out to them. I have my good friend Cliff Cox. I asked him to come out and do a photo shoot today. A lot of people know Cliff. He's worked at the airport for years. And my good friend Mike Kasler's he said, I'm going to take the day off work and come and hang out with you. So there's so many people, the outpour of support. Once again, this town is just so supportive. People can be jealous. People can be mad at you for something, but you know what? This town comes together, and I just feel the love, and I'm just truly honored.
Yeah, it's the magic of Cheyenne Frontier Days, the daddy of them all. Some people don't know that that Alf wasn't the first choice to do the celebrity ride along. They first asked Ian Munsick. He said, no way. Then they went to Stetson Wright, the guy who rides bulls for a living. He said, I ain't going up in that thing. And then they got to Alf. Alf is like, I got some Air Force history. I'll go.
It's going to be quite a day, quite an experience. And like I said, if I can keep it all inside, that'll be half the battle.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, have fun. That sounds like a cool thing, and I appreciate you making time for us this morning.
Absolutely, my friend. Hey, thank you so much for all you do for our town, helping get the news out there for everyone locally.
Glad to do it. Have a great weekend. Have a great flight. Break a leg, I think.
Thank you.
Is that what they say? All right, buddy. That's
all right, have
Alf.
a good day.
Stop by Alf's Pub, Cheyenne. Say hi to a guy who launched Thankful Thursdays. We just did that yesterday. We'll be right back after this quick break. And the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on a Friday.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. I overdosed on heroin and I lived. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. I found the fatherhood program, and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. My desire to change had finally outweighed my desire to stay the same. I felt powerless for so much of my life that it's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. For the first time, I finally feel like I'm exactly where I should be, where I want to be.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a July 25. Here's what has transpired on this day throughout history. Stephen Downey was born in Westport, Maryland. This day, 1839. Downey served as an officer in the Union Army up until the Battle of Harper's Ferry. He was wounded in that battle. He would eventually find his way out to Wyoming. Good for you, Downey. In 1869, then a 30-year-old, he moved to Wyoming, practiced law, mostly as a prosecutor for the rest of his life. He practiced law in Wyoming when Wyoming was still a territory, by the way. Downey, you don't know him for his law work, but you probably know the name if you've spent any amount of time in Laramie at the UW campus. As a member of Wyoming's legislature, he introduced a bill sponsoring University of Wyoming back in 1886. And for that, they built a hall named after him. Downey Hall at the university is named for Stephen Downing, who is considered the father of the University of Wyoming, born this day in Maryland. 1865, Sioux and Cheyenne attacked Camp Dodge. That's near present-day Casper. On this day in 1868, Congress passed an act creating the Wyoming Territory that we just talked about. 1895, this day, Bannock Indians surrounded 250 settlers in Jackson Hole, but are eventually dispersed by the 9th Cavalry. It's part of the Bannock War of 1895. It all started when the Bannock wanted to hunt elk and did not understand or refused to acknowledge elk hunting seasons that were established by white men. They said we can hunt the elk whenever we want. And then that led to the arrest of several Bannock hunters that year, and then to a standoff in the Bannock War of 1895. This day, 1904, Wyoming Humane Society was incorporated. Generally, the humane societies did not have the same focus back in the early 1900s as they do now. For instance, one of the major efforts of some of the early humane organizations was simply providing water for urban horses. How humane is that? This day, 1910, a moderate earthquake near Rock Springs shook houses and was felt in mine shafts. That's got to be a disturbing feeling, to be down in a mine shaft and feel an earthquake. Yikes. Yeah, I don't know if I'd care for that. All these things happen on this day in history, July 25. Special guest Juliet Angelo will join us. You may know the name from TV fame. She's been in she's done a lot of TV work, especially as a young actress. She's still in her 20s, and she's got a acting resume that's extensive. Child actor. I think she took the stage on Broadway as an 8-year-old, maybe. I mean, she's been acting a long time. She was only 13 years old when Juliet joined the cast of NCIS, playing I believe the daughter of one of the main dudes. My wife watches that. She could tell you. They eventually killed her off in the series. And then she got away from Hollywood and is doing a music thing now. We're going to talk about where her life has taken her now to the stage. You got a chance to see her coming up here in Casper in a big show at, I think, Casper. Am I right? She's at the YO Theater tomorrow night. Yeah, we're going to talk with her in just a minute. But before we do that, let's take a Wyoming Game and Fish quick break.
Some changes coming for those who hunt elk on the National Elk Refuge. Details next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department wants to inform hunters of changes to the 2025 elk hunting season on the National Elk Refuge. These updates include adjustments to season dates, the addition of a new license type, and modifications to the permission slip application process. These changes aim to better distribute elk harvest among migrating segments of the herd. The refuge, located in Elk Hunt Area 77, is open for elk hunting from November 1st through December 19th. Hunters can use an unused general license or any unused limited quota elk license, regardless of hunt area, to apply for a permission slip to hunt the refuge. Hunters can apply for permission slips to hunt periods within these date ranges. From November 1st through November 26th, hunters with a general elk license or an unused limited quota license can apply for a permission slip to hunt antlerless elk. All elk licenses except Type 8 are valid. The application period for refuge permission slips opens August 1st at 8 a.m., and the deadline to apply is September 18th for the initial draw. Hunters can apply through the Game and Fish website on the National Elk Refuge Elk Hunter Management Area webpage. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman, a program produced by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues. Juliet Angelo joins us. Juliet, we share something in common. You're never going to believe it.
What do we share in common?
We both opened for Dale Watson.
No way.
Yes. I mean, I love Dale Watson.
He's awesome. He's awesome. A great guy.
I mean, he's doing it right. Old school honky tonk out of Texas. He played Brooklyn, New York, where I was the drummer in a band. And we opened for him because, I mean, in Brooklyn, New York, not a lot of people know Dale Watson. So we were the band that was supposed to bring everybody into the bar where he was playing. But Dale killed it. I mean, he's
he's
good.
Awesome. He brought me up to sing with him too, and it was just so much fun.
I saw that. I heard that. Super cool. All right, so let's boy, where do we start with you?
I don't know.
Because you're singing now. It's a career pivot, and probably for your health. You know, it really. So let's start at the beginning. So many kids that get into acting, so many child actors. I mean, you don't get to have a childhood. You were in L.A., doing Hollywood, doing TV roles and chasing parts and doing all that before. I mean, you didn't get to be a kid. You were doing that with 13 years old. You were in LA doing TV.
Yeah. So it's definitely nothing I'd ever put my kids into.
Yeah.
I started super young. I started in theater when I was 8. So, I mean, I was in it, and I don't know. It's so interesting. Like when you grow up in that, you never think you can even do anything else, because that's just like all I knew. I didn't even know like what a real job was. And I had no idea what like minimum wage was, like none of that. It was just, that was my whole life and my whole identity. So I just started playing music really about a year and a half ago, and just left to Hollywood when I was 21. I'm 26. I got sober, kind of wiped myself off the face of the internet, and resurfaced in Montana like 2 years ago. So it's been a journey, but it's been awesome. And I'm finally at that point where my life is like, it's just calming down, and things are just easier and healthier. And yeah, it's a blessing. It was never like this like 2 years ago. So
yeah, I can imagine it. In some ways, it's just not like the real world. It's not like real life. You're shielded from so many things that are real life. So yeah, NCIS kills you off for some unknown reason.
Right.
And
they didn't even tell me.
You're out. And you get to a point where you're like, man, this is not what I was meant for. And you pick up and go to Nashville. Like, really?
Yeah. I don't even know what I was doing. I just left. I just had a calling, and I was like, I need to get out of here. And it led to my sobriety, I think like 4 months later. So it was a very quick turnaround. Yeah, I lived in Nashville for 2 years. I never played there. I literally was just focusing on recovery. Like that's it. And trauma work. It was such a mess. It was early sobriety is such a mess. But yeah, and then I moved to New Mexico for 6 months out of nowhere, like just on a whim. And I always had this dream of Montana. I just always loved the idea of living somewhere more peaceful and removed, kind of like Wyoming, very similar. Well, I think there's a lot of people who move to Wyoming who are from the industry as well and just want some space. So I moved to Montana, and I feel like that's what really changed my life. I was able to just relax and start over and just ground myself and get a real job and start over, start playing bars and not really telling anyone my background. I mean, obviously now it's out there again and I'm proud of it. But at first I was like, I don't even want anybody to know. Like, I want to erase this whole part of my life, but that's not the way things work. So
no, because the internet's going to find you. And also, I mean, everything that got you to where you are got you to where you are and where you're going to be tomorrow, the WYO Theater. Not your first time there, I think, right? You've been.
Oh, my second. Yeah, I was there like 1 year ago, and it was fantastic. And I really wanted to come back because I love working with them. They're such a great theater. And yeah, I'll be there tomorrow for my show, A Night of Patsy Cline at the WYO Theater. Starts at 7 p.m.
So the reinvented Juliet is an embodiment of Patsy Cline, A Night of Patsy Cline. You do Patsy Cline music. I've heard you sing. You were meant to sing. I mean, I've barely seen you act. The wife watches NCIS once in a while. They probably have seen you. on Shameless or whatever, but no singing. Oh man,
Thank you.
that's your gifting. Why Patsy Cline? I mean, why not Patsy Cline? Holy cow!
I
But
know.
what is it? What is it of Patsy Cline, her library that speaks to you?
I always grew up, I would always listen to older music. So like Elvis era, was kind of what I listened to. But I used to play her songs. She was one of the only artists that like I never had to change any of her songs. It just fit my voice. And I used to play her music in my bedroom growing up to just like decompress and relax. And it was like one of the only things that was mine, in that industry where everything is for everybody else. So when I decided to create this show, and I write my own music too, that's not really at the forefront of what I'm doing right now. But when I created the show, I wanted it to feel exactly like that. And I've played with a band, which is super awesome and fun, but the show is just me and my guitar. It's stripped down. I mean, it's exactly how it was when I was growing up as a teenager. And I just wanted to keep that as authentic as possible and I share so much about my life. So yeah, I just always resonated to her music. She's got soul in her voice, and she had a similar, kind of relationship with her dad growing up. So I think that's why so much of her music maybe connected with me when I was younger. But yeah, I just loved her. And, she died super young. She was only 30 years old. I'm 26. So it felt very right. It was kind of like, hey, let's try this out. I've had an idea of it for years, and it just took off. I mean, it's been fantastic, and I've gone pretty much everywhere within this region that's, reasonable to go to where I know people will enjoy it. So it's been a blessing, and I just love her. I mean, she was super talented. She just had that one of those voices that just was so captivating, and
Yeah,
I'm glad I can keep her music alive.
She seems so authentic. She seemed like no engineer or producer would tell Patsy, "Can you do it again and do it this way?" She'd be like, "No, it was a Patsy Cline." Like she was
That's
real.
how I am. We're the same. That's why I like her so much. I said the best advice I've ever gotten is I never listen to anybody.
There you
and
go.
I just do my own thing, and like it's been so amazing to be able to like come from an industry where everyone is telling you what to do all the time, constantly, and who you are. And then I just kind of started over my life, and I was like, no, if I do it this time, I'm going to do it my way, and I'm not going to let anybody get in the way of that.
That sounds very Montana of you. I think you landed in the right state. Juliet Angelo and Patsy Cline, neither of them can take direction, right? Stand here, say it like this, sing it like this. No, they're going to do it their way. Juliet's going to do it her way tomorrow. Tickets still available. Wild Theater. How do you like that? I hear the sound. The acoustics are super good.
I love it.
Good.
It's so beautiful. Yeah. And I don't know if we were going to talk about this, but my opener, John Cox, is 39 years sober, and I'm 4.5. So it's going to be such a special night. And it's just I love when things like that happen. I mean, it's just part of the bigger picture for everything. It's not just music. It's showing that, you can go on and live a beautiful life free from addiction. And but I love that theater, and they've always been so great to work with. They're so easy to work with. They promote you, they email their newsletter and stuff like that. So they help me out a lot. But yeah, it should be great. Ticket sales are great. I didn't really know what to expect, because I've kind of run into that point here where I'm repeating venues because I've kind of played all the heavy hitters that I want to play. But yeah, ticket sales are great. So it looks like new people will be there and people are coming back. So I'm excited. It's gonna be awesome.
What do you think is the future for you for music? Like, you were in an industry that you found, I don't know if it was soulless or what it was, doing TV work in Hollywood. Now you're in another industry, the music industry. And if you take that to, whatever heights, whatever extremes, maybe it could have some of the same trappings. I don't know. Or at this point, you're just doing what you want to do, huh?
I'm just doing what I want to do, and I'm just doing it a different way. I think, I have discernment now, and I also have a pretty good head on my shoulders. So the people, not all of acting was bad. It's just I was around bad people, and it's probably because of the people who put me in it. So now with music, I'm just seeing what happens. I mean, I'm moving to Texas in a couple months, just because I want a little more opportunity, and I've always wanted to move there. I was like, my plan was always Montana then Texas. And yeah, I just want to be able to see what I can do. I'm a God first person, so I like nothing is I'm just here as like a vessel pretty much. I always consider my voice. It's a gift, and I think just having good intentions and good boundaries will take me down the correct path that I need to go down. But yeah, ultimately, like, I want to move and continue to do this Patsy Cline show and then transition into my own stuff. But I'm always going to be singing Patsy Cline. Like, there's no way Linda Ronstadt, like that. There's no way I'm ever going to stop doing that. I think it's just going to be incorporated maybe in different ways. It won't potentially be like, I'm not going to be doing Patsy Cline for like 20 years from now. I think it's just, it might be incorporated with my own music or whatever. But I mean, this music is what gave me my foundation and my love of it. So I'm always going to be paying respect to it and singing it because I love it. It's so fun. It's a great life.
Well, I'm glad you are where you are now, Julia. I really am. And you, wherever you go with the protection of Psalm 91:11. You got angels with you,
Yeah.
and you're blessed.
You have my number behind you, by the way. Freaks me out.
I have.
You have 9444 behind you. It's tattooed behind my ear.
No, what is that number signal? I told you we were like
44 follows me it's just like my guardian angel. Like, that's just, I don't know how it's always come up in my life. I saw your face. I was like, what on earth?
944, both open for Dale Watson. This is getting weird.
Yeah, but I do love that psalm. It's very important to me because I travel a ton. So I have it in my car. It's I've been very protected there's been a plan for my life, I'm just happy to be able to be sober and healthy to do it in the right way.
Good for you. I pray for a hedge of protection wherever you go. I hope you end up in Wyoming where you belong one of these days.
Yes.
But we'll see you tomorrow in Wyoming. Everybody go to the show. Thanks, Juliette.
Thank you.
Have a great weekend. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We'll be right back with more after this quick break. We got Piper. We're cooking with Piper right after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Bloom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's finally Friday, and what could be a recurring segment. We're still working it out.
Your mind.
It's, what are we going to call it, Piper?
Cooking Wyoming.
Cooking Wyoming? Oh.
Anything? You just test out names. You want to do a survey?
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. You have me on in the background, I think, which is going to be a bad thing. It's going to create it's a wicked loop. What are we going to call it? So, yeah, if you're monitoring the show, turn me off. You'll be able to hear me just like it was a regular old Zoom call.
Hey, there you go.
All
Got
right.
it. Sorry, I listen to you every morning, Jake.
No.
Yes, I do.
Come on. Nobody does that.
Well, sorry. You have a fan.
Oh, wow. That's so cool. Well, I'm a fan of you in the kitchen because I'm hopeless. I couldn't cook anything. But we're going to talk about, I think on this segment, I want to talk about what is pig candy. I know there's a place in Jackson Hole that purports to have the best pig candy ever. And I think they even put it in Bloody Mary. Like a pig.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's crazy. So, what is pig? Before I even attempt to try to make some, what is it?
So pig candy is candied bacon, and it is decadent. It is, once you start munching on it, it is hard to stop. I truly, it is hard to stop. It's quite delicious. It's got that mix of flavors. It's got the wonderful fat of the bacon. Who doesn't love bacon? It's got the sweetness of the maple syrup. And what I did with mine today is I added Wyoming whiskey to it. And then it's got that heat, a little bit of cayenne, a little bit of black pepper. So when you start munching on it, your taste buds are just going, oh my gosh, there's like fireworks going on in there. And then you can't stop. You get addicted to it.
Yeah, you had me at bacon. That's all I need to hear. But hey, let me ask you about heat, because some people, depending on what there's the kind of heat that's like, pow, hits you right away in your tongue. Some heat creeps up on you a little bit after. What is it? What kind of heat, and how do you decide what to use? Whether it's black pepper or cayenne, how do you know?
Well, it's super personal. Some people can handle heat and some people can't.
Yeah.
Start off with black pepper. If you like a little heat, little pinches at a time. Some people like a strong punch. They like it until it starts. You start, dripping sweat from your forehead.
Yeah.
And that's a little much for me. I'd rather, instead of getting kicked in the butt by the heat, I'd rather just a soft kiss. So.
All right. With your pig candy, you said you're throwing a little Wyoming whiskey. Love that. Keeping it local.
Yeah.
What?
Libations here in town, they have a select barrel. It is delicious, and it made a great compliment to the pig candy.
Yeah. I mean, what is it used? Is it to put the glaze on? Do you really taste it? What is it?
It's part of the glaze. And it does. It gives it more depth of flavor. And then to pair it, the sipping of the whiskey with the bacon. Let me see. I can show you. It just makes a nice garnish. And then it's absolutely, between the delicious depth of that whiskey and then to munch on that bacon, now you've got that wonderful mix of flavors again. and it's just wonderful. So this is the select barrel from Wyoming whiskey that can only be here in town.
That stuff is good. All right. Well, I'm getting a weekend vibe already. We're
Are
into
you ready to do it?
the bacon and bourbon. Yeah, here we go. Friday.
Right.
How now starting at everything you can make in a kitchen, everything you can concoct, it has to start with the best ingredients. So if we're talking about the pig candy recipe of yours, the bacon is the feature player. How do you what are you going for? What are you looking for in the bacon? You going thick cut, center cut? I mean, there's all kinds of bacons.
Oh yeah, thick cut, definitely. Applewood smoked is fabulous. You don't want it too smoky because it gets overpowering. You just the right amount of smoke because you want the bacon to come through. You want all the flavors to be enhanced, not covered up. So it makes a big difference.
Now, my problem with cooking is I don't have the patience. Candied bacon, I feel like it's going to take hours and hours in the prep in the oven. Beginning to eating, how long are you going to take the...
So it does take a little bit of time. I like the slow cook method because then you don't get the char. You don't want to burn it, and there's a fine line. So I start off with a slow cook to render some of the fat, so then the sugars can get absorbed and create that caramelization within the bacon. So every 10 minutes or so, I'm flipping it and basting it with this wonderful concoction of brown sugar, maple syrup, whiskey, a little bit of pepper, cayenne, and it'll tell you when it's done. When it's nice and golden, you can see, just the way you like it, nice and crisp.
Yeah. I like crisp bacon. In fact, whenever I order breakfast, I don't want the soggy. I'm like,
yeah, send it back.
Yeah, crispy. All right.
Crispy.
So we can, like I said, you need to pair this with something probably, or have it with. And shout out to Genevieve's if you ever get to Jackson Hole, go eat at Genevieve's. I'm pretty sure they're the ones that have the candied bacon in a Bloody Mary, and it is out of this world. What else can you put what can you do with the candied bacon? What can you put it with, pair it with?
So this morning I made some, look at that. We've got I paired it with elk burgers. So can you see my elk burger? With candied bacon on the top, a little bit of microgreens from my garden, and all my garnish fell off as I was moving it. So we'll put it back on. Elk burger I got here in Grable at Flying E Meats, and it is the most incredible elk. Kind of zhuzhed it up a little bit with some red onion, Worcestershire sauce, Dijon, some thyme from my garden. Grilled them out this morning, topped it with smoked Gouda and pig candy and some pickled red onions, and we've got a gorgeous burger.
Stop! Look at that. Those of you on radio, yeah,
that's what.
We're talking to Piper Fenimore. We're cooking Wyoming. Piper's showing us. Those of you on radio, you're lucky you can't see it because seriously, you would be drooling all over your vehicle. Like it looks so good. So,
and then the other thing I made like a pancake cupcake with a maple buttercream and topped it with maple syrup, candied bacon, and a little bit of rosemary. And that's going to be pretty naughty.
Whoa.
Is that gorgeous? Look at that.
Wait a minute. Do you need a taste tester, don't you?
Yeah, come on over.
How
ready?
Fast can I get there? Will this keep for a while? It's a little bit of a drive. Whoa.
It will. I'll keep it for you.
That looks fantastic.
Isn't that fun?
Dang, I love it. Piper's sharing with us her candied bacon recipe. She's got some elk slider action. And what is that thing? The pancake?
Well, it's a pancake cupcake topped with maple buttercream and candied bacon, a little bit of maple syrup drizzle.
Yeah, man, oh man.
Have I got your taste buds going there?
Yeah. I didn't eat yesterday. I'm so tired. I haven't slept. I didn't eat because I have a wedding, and whenever I have weddings, I don't eat.
Oh man, come on, Jake. I'll feed you. Look what's on the table.
So hungry. It couldn't have been worse timing to be showing me this food right now.
Oh my gosh, we finish it off with shots of whiskey. Come on.
Yeah. You are doing it right over there, Fenimore. Dang.
Having fun. But candy bacon is something you can put on anything or nothing. Just munch.
Yeah. By itself in a Bloody Mary, topped on your elk slider burger. It goes a lot of ways. I'll do all of the above. So tell me, I always want to know, like, whether you hit the home run first at bat with any of these items you've been sharing, or was it experiment? Like each time you do it, you're like, what if I added this? How many crash and burns? Like, whoop, that didn't work. Or, did it come along after a while, or did you like right out of the bat say that I got it?
Just playing around with what I thought would make really great pairings. So that was the fun part. Just kind of pushing the envelope and saying, okay, let's do it on a cupcake. Just pairing it was the hardest part. The rest of it was all about making it happen. So can't go wrong with elk burgers topped with bacon.
Yeah, I'm good. That sounds great. Now, when you shove this in the oven, I don't know much about cooking, but I think there's a fine line between caramelized and burnt, and you got to keep an eye on this, right?
Oh, you bet. It can happen in a flash.
Yeah.
So, just don't let it go more than 5-10 minutes. Keep an eye out on it. You'll know your oven will start smoking if you let it go too long.
The smoke detector is an indication your meal is ready in my kitchen. All right. So how can we want to share these? We're still figuring out how this segment's going to work. How do we share these menu, like your recipe? How do we do it?
Good question. I have them all ready to rock, so we'll figure out a way to get them out to everybody who's listening. Happy to share.
Yeah.
Because it is fun to experiment. It's nice to surprise your family with really interesting combinations that really make the meal. So we'll figure it out. We'll have the recipes ready for you.
All right, because we want this regular, and I want to be able to try some of these things myself, even though I'm going to mess them up.
You won't. I'll help you.
All right.
Phone a friend, Jake.
We are cooking we're cooking Wyoming with Piper. And I think we got to make this regular. Thanks for being on. Have a great weekend. Enjoy all that scrumptious food.
Diving in now, Jake.
All right.
I'll save you a cupcake.
Piper joins us on the Cowboy State Daily Show, and I got to have some of that. Thank you, Piper. Cooking Wyoming. It's got a ring to it. I like it. I just wish I wasn't so hungry today, just listening to the candied bacon, the elk burger sliders. It's all good. What else we got coming up here? Let's see. Have I taken I think I've taken all my commercial breaks. Yeah. So we're good on that. I guess we can dig right into more news. And I've been wanting to get to this little item. We did the owls. All right, we can get to this Claire McFarland story. Claire talks about remember the 73-year-old Green River man who last summer walked into the sheriff's office and said he had to unburden his conscience. He said, I fondled a preteen girl back in the day, he said. He thought it was 20 years ago. His memory, he couldn't remember. It turns out it couldn't have been 20 years ago because law enforcement figured things out pretty quickly. After he walked into the sheriff's office, the investigators read him his rights right away, and then they did the math. They were able to find the victim, the young lady who did acknowledge, yes, he did inappropriate things with me back when I was about 10 or 11 years old. So doing the math, this had to happen sometime around 1990, not 20 years ago, but, fuzzy memory from this 73-year-old. Where we catch up on the story now from Claire McFarland is Randy Nelson is currently out of jail on bond, but Randy Nelson appeared Thursday in Sweetwater County District Court in Green River to change his plea from not guilty to no contest. That's pursuant to a plea agreement. So obviously Randy Nelson, who on his own volition walked into a sheriff's office and said, I just can't live with myself anymore, and I have to come clean about what I did 20 years ago, which turns out to be more like 30 years ago. So to then turn around and plead not guilty doesn't make sense. Sounds like something your defense lawyer urges you to do. And then we get to a change of plea, no contest. No contest is similar to a guilty plea, but it's saying I'm not saying I'm guilty, but I'm not saying I'm not. And I don't know what the sentencing originally scheduled to be sentenced Thursday. But Sweetwater County District Judge Susanna Robinson announced a last-minute change of plans after speaking to the people involved in the case. So we still probably going to get another follow-up on this, and we'll get closure on it one of these days. But Claire McFarland, no matter what, will be on the story, I'm sure. Check it out in the Cowboy State Daily. Claire McFarland's story about the man who walked into his sheriff's office, confessed to molesting a child. He's made a plea deal now. He's going to plead no contest. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues after top of the hour news break. Thanks for spending your Friday with us. We got a lot more coming. You don't want to go anywhere.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. In October of 2023, 33-year-old Katie Ferguson vanished while traveling home to Wyoming with her on and off boyfriend, Adam Aviles Jr., who was 26 at the time. Now hikers and other outdoors men and women in Park County are asked to be on the lookout for two objects that could advance the murder investigation into the disappearance of the Cody woman. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland spoke to the Park County Sheriff and Ferguson's mother about how the public can help in the investigation.
Katie Ferguson's mother reached out to me like, there are still some objects that are believed to be out there, potentially in Park County. Can we let people know to keep an eye out? A pink tote with DNA in it, which an investigator at Adam Aviles sentencing described in much more graphic terms than that, and the front seat to a Dodge Durango. These are things that just the compilation of interviews and evidence indicate could still be out there somewhere, and if they are, could be opportunities for a breakthrough in the case.
Though long a suspect in what authorities believe to be Ferguson's murder, Aviles has not been charged with murder. He was, however, sentenced in September of last year to 7 years and 3 months in prison for the charge of being a felon in possession of ammunition. As President Donald Trump's mission to do away with the U.S. Department of Education progresses, Wyoming is eager to exercise more control over how education happens here. That's what Governor Mark Gordon said Thursday on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake Nichols. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that, in Gordon's view, Wyoming and the other states in America need to change a bit of the conversation about education.
He has just recently been named chairman of the Education Commission of the States. It's a bipartisan bipartisan group that helps out with policy and helps individual states do things with education. He also talked a lot about having the states having more control over education. If the states know what they're doing better than the feds do, he called the feds a bunch of talking heads who try to put everything in a one-size-fits-all box.
Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder, also has been vocal about states having more autonomy, saying they know their children better than bureaucrats back east. Campbell County Commissioner Jerry Means said he would not have signed off on a letter that his county sent this week to the U.S. Department of the Interior had he been given a chance to review it again. The expansive letter was approved as a consent agenda item without detailed review by commissioners, but Means told Cowboy State Daily's David Madison that he now has concerns about language in it regarding public land sales.
He had some issues with some language around the disposal or sale of public land, as we know is a really hot button issue. In talking to these folks, they made it clear that this is a case-by-case basis. And so, yes, they want to have the flexibility to possibly purchase federal land, trade federal land, sell federal land for the benefit of the county. But the language was sensitive enough that at least one county commissioner would like to revise it and said he wouldn't have signed the letter had he actually read it.
Though not explicitly mentioned in the letter, Means also worried that the document might inadvertently open the door to the possibility of nuclear waste to make its way to Campbell County. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
Well, those at or near the Casper-Natrona International Airport on Wednesday afternoon saw something that would have scrambled U.S. fighter pilots during the Cold War: a Russian fighter jet flying over and landing on American soil. But it's not the Cold War anymore, and Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the twin-engine Russian-made Mikoyan MiG-29 fighter that landed in central Wyoming was unarmed and just there for some fuel.
That MiG is the only one in the United States. It's privately owned by a billionaire who was the Trump administration's initial nominee for NASA, but then he was withdrawn. They said he flew in from Oshkosh. He stopped in, got some fuel, talked to some people for a while, and then he took off to Montana, where he lives.
That pilot is Jared Isaacman, according to the Oshkosh Air Show organizers. He's the billionaire owner of the plane and an astronaut who's flown missions for SpaceX. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
You talk to... In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know, from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now, that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's finally Friday. That means it's Wendy. Wendy Core is with us.
Hello.
Hi, Wendy.
Yes, it's Friday. Yay!
I'm glad the weekend is here. What are you doing this weekend?
I am going to get out of town for a little bit, which is kind of fun. But we've done that 2 weekends in a row now, which is great. But yeah, so going to actually Shireen, who is your number one A-lister substitute, is going to sub for me. And so she's going to be the face of the news for a few days. The ever awesome Riley Strand is still going to put everything together. He's the videographer. He's the glue that holds it all together. So, but that's going to allow me to get out of town for a couple of days. I still have to do radio, but that doesn't require me to get like dressed up at 9:00 at night. So that's very helpful.
Well, good for you. And I'm glad we have someone like Shireen who could just step in and pinch hit just about anywhere. I mean, when I was
fabulous,
I try to, I was trying to get her like trained up and ready for the show. And like, I didn't even I couldn't finish sentences with telling her how to do something like, and then you're going to want to, and she would finish the sentence and already have it done. I'm like, dang. Okay.
Yeah, she's good.
Yeah, she'll be great.
Thrilled to have her on board to be able to do that. So that's fun. But yeah, I had a great conversation that's going to be our podcast with our own Piper Fenimore, who has done so much for your show, Jake. I know she is my podcast guest this week because even though she's here with Cowboy State Daily as a marketing strategist, she is a published cookbook author. She got her degree, her culinary degree from Le Cordon Bleu, and she worked at the Ritz-Carlton in Sarasota and in Ohio. She is the real deal, and she's got a great story about what took her to cooking, about the directions that her life took after that, so that she kind of had to shift gears with her career. But we are so glad to have her. But she's such an interesting person. She's got a great aura. She's got a great life force. And so I think you'll all really have fun with the conversation that we had.
I just barely got a taste, excuse the pun, of that side of Piper minutes ago. We're going to have, I know. I hope it'll be a regular segment, Cooking Wyoming with Piper. And I could tell from the term she was using that she knows her way around the kitchen, that she's like a chef. Holy cow.
She is an actual trained chef that has worked in some amazing kitchens. And so, yeah, I'm gonna be working with her a little bit. We're going to try and get her a really great camera setup so maybe she can cook, like show you things in a kitchen on your show. So we're going to work on that.
And maybe Riley, who's so smart with the video, can finally bring what we've been promised for decades, Smellorama, where we can smell the video. I mean, I don't know.
I'm gonna talk to Riley about that. He's pretty savvy.
If anyone can do it, Riley can do it. Well,
Riley can. We can, absolutely,
because that's the whole thing,
folks. We have such a fantastic team here at Cowboy State Daily. I mean, I just cannot say enough about the people who work here and who make all of this happen and bring all this information to you. It's just really a gift.
This time of year, all focus on the state capital, Cheyenne Frontier Days, Daddy of 'em all going on. Have you ever been?
I have, but it's been a long time because for the last 20 years, I've done the music show in Cody. And so that takes all the time and it's all summer. But before then, my very first, I think my only Frontier Days was 1992. And I got to go to the Garth Brooks concert. Ooh. That was a killer.
Good one.
Way too fun. Yeah, I think that's what catches people is the music. That's what gets the big advertisement. But if you're a cowboy, if you are a rodeo person, if you're ag centered, then you want to go to Cheyenne Frontier Days. It's like the world's biggest state fair.
There's a lot going on. You could say I came for the rodeo, stayed for the concert, or you could say it the other way around. Whatever brings you there, you're going to stay there. 10-day, 9 rodeos. I mean, it is a lot of fun. I went in 97 and 98, and 97 was the 100th.
Yeah,
that was a fun year. Cool.
I bet it was. I wasn't living in Wyoming. That was a brief point when I was not in Wyoming, so missed that one. But no, it really is. It's worth all the hype. It's absolutely worth the hype.
And a little bit of rodeo stuff going on in Cody. You know, we had Rick on, although Rick couldn't get the Zoom working, but Rick was going to tell us about his brother, Cody Bill Smith, who passed away last month. There's going to be a memorial for him at the Cody Night Rodeo, and I couldn't figure out when it is. Is it today or tomorrow? I'm not sure, but
I don't know. I haven't heard.
He's a
but
legend.
I know that, yes, he is. My partner, Dan Miller, who was a rodeo announcer on television for years and years and years. I mean, he knew of Bill and just knew his reputation. And I'm sure he met him several times. But yeah, Bill Smith was an absolute legend.
Yeah. So we're going to remember him. Memorial going on at the Cody Night Rodeo. Cody Rodeo, Cheyenne, it's all rodeo season right now in the summer. Have a great weekend, Wendy. And I'm looking forward to the podcast with Piper.
Going to be a great podcast. Yeah, absolutely. Tune in. You'll learn about Piper. We can keep talking about getting coffee at some point, and it never happens. This was, to me, like our version of let's go get coffee. So, yeah.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah. Well, can't wait to hear it and see it and taste that. Piper, another one of those
it's going to be fun.
Fascinating characters of Wyoming that you bring to life in the Roundup, the podcast, the award-winning podcast this weekend. Wendy with Piper.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Jake, thanks. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, you too. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake rolling along on a Friday. It's the weekend. It has to be. Piper already broke out the bourbon, so you know it's the weekend. Yeah, I think we got to do regular Cooking Wyoming with Piper. Candied pig. And you throw a little of that on top of your elk burger slider. Yeah. We've got, who's coming up here? We got a ton of guests. Hopefully, Bags is going to join us. He's the Saturday version of me. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake every Monday through Friday. And then Bags picks you up on Saturday for a uniquely different kind of show. He does it his way, the Bags way. And he's always got great guests on. Bags hopefully will pop in with us. And then Secretary of State Chuck Gray is going to be here with John Newkirk. We're going to talk solar, I think. I'm woefully underinformed about why those two are on. I'm pretty sure. And Chuck Gray is not the world's greatest solar fan or wind. And Secretary Gray is going to be the anti-solar guy, I think, in the discussion. And John Newkirk is all about solar. Wait till you see what his company has done. So, yeah, does solar work? Chuck versus John. That'll be fun. What does Bags say? Bags says, okay, yeah, Bags will be on. Okay. So let me, I should clear our commercial breaks to make room for all that stuff. I was just reading this finally. This is like a month after the crash. Remember the South Korean airliner that crashed, killed 179 people. Only the one guy walked away from it. One survivor in C-11A. Crazy. It was a Boeing 737. Why did it crash shortly after takeoff? They recovered the so-called black box. They've done all the studies in the days and weeks following that crash. There was all kinds of speculation. They had other pilots look at the video and they said, well, the flaps are wrong, or they never brought the landing gear up, or it could have been this, could have been that. Now we know what caused the crash, and it was half pilot error. Investigators say a pilot may have mistakenly turned off the engine. Early on, we learned that one of the pilots was heard saying in a recording, I have no power. There's no power to get the plane up off the ground. And it turns out, as the plane was taking off, it collided with a flock of ducks. Oh, how many times do planes hit birds? Now, normally that wouldn't be enough to down an aircraft like the Boeing 737, but that's not the end of the story. The plane collided with a flock of ducks. That left one of the engines compromised. So the pilot protocol is when you have an airstrike, a bird strike into an engine, you shut that engine off. Otherwise, I imagine it could start smoking and catch on fire. That's really a problem. And these Boeing 737s can fly with just one engine. Not ideal, but they can. The pilot, I believe, told the co-pilot, shut down engine number 2. The cockpit voice recorder captured the one pilot saying, shut down engine number 2. We've just hit a whole mess of ducks. The other pilot shut down engine number 1, the wrong one. So if I think it was the left engine, the pilot should have turned off the right engine on the right wing, which was severely damaged by the bird strike, but he turned off the left engine. And that left, now you got one engine that's got a whole bunch of ducks in it, and the other one's turned off. So obviously this plane never got any kind of altitude, elevation. Yeah, so I was just reading that. It came out a couple of days ago, but I haven't been able to get to it yet. So that was the cause of that crash. But I'll tell you, a made-for-TV movie is the one guy who survived that in seat 11A. Man, why? And what is he going to go on to do? All right, Bags will be in the room. We'll join John Baggett in just a moment. He's the guy who's going to take you through Saturday's show, and we'll find out what you're in store for tomorrow morning right after this. To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire starts.
It does.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Bags. Yeah. Double header.
Hey, buddy.
Bags, I'm so tired. Last night, I was out late DJing a wedding that was off the hook, as they used to say. Clothes came off.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. It was wild. It was fun.
I tell you, I mean, I told you that I have that in my background too. I had the most awesome stereo setup you've ever seen in your life.
Mm.
And I'm talking about the early to mid 80s, though, with big giant reel-to-reels.
Oh, yeah.
The Pioneer 10-inch. And, oh, yeah, I had the little light show that just looked like two sets of stoplights on each side of the DJ booth there. So, but they can be fun.
It was fun. Played a little bit of Ozzy for him. Ozzy Osbourne. Oh,
yeah, dude.
Sad.
That's a page out of my life right there. You know, when you're first discovering your headbanging heavy metal, of course, in the day, believe it or not, we called it acid rock.
Oh. That's more that like Pink Floyd is what I call acid rock, because you need to be on acid to enjoy it.
Really appreciate it. Well, I guess that's never went that direction, but sure like that headbanging music.
Yeah.
But as a kid, of course, I'm way more country now than I used to be.
Aren't we all?
Yeah, but the end of an era with Ozzy. And the funny thing is, I was just seems like recently, after going to the Metallica concerts, like Ozzy's on tour. Black Sabbath is back together and they're on tour. I'm thinking, good. That means Ozzy's probably doing well. And wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. Too much hard living and loud music.
Well, and Hulk going to, now I was never a big Cosby Show guy, so what's his name? His passing.
Yeah.
So that's supposedly the big three, how it happens in threes, and of course then it happens in threes. But the Hulk Hogan one, now again, I'm not a big professional wrestling guy, but we are media guys. And Hulk Hogan, man, he made his mark on entertainment and media, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And,
I mean, he brought wrestling, that kind of wrestling, WWE, brought it mainstream. And the ESPN, last night on the radio on the way home, the ESPN talking heads were talking all about him. And they're saying that, there probably wouldn't be any Rock or any guys who made that jump from wrestling to, media, if not for Hulk. He was the first guy to do that.
Yeah. Well, he also, I mean, he had a way of bringing an energy. That part of his personality I could appreciate, even though not a professional wrestling fan myself. I recognized what he brought to the table, that it was infectious. I could, remember him, doing what he does with tearing his shirt off, and just everything was positive and we're coming at you. And, he could get you fired up, even if you weren't a huge fan of his professional wrestling. And that's what I appreciate about him and how I'll remember him. But yeah, this was a tough week for celebrities.
Yeah.
Man. When the two happened, when there was two that passed, because I forgot about the the guy from the Cosby Show. God dang it, I can't remember his name. But anyway, and I forgot about him. So that was two. One was Hulk Hogan and Ozzy Osbourne. I was like, hey, if you're a celebrity, you just better stay home.
Right.
Yeah, because number three is waiting, and but it was already at that point. So
So weird how that happens. It's Malcolm Jamar Warner who drowned.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
And of course, I recognized him when I saw his picture, and then when they showed some clips of him as a little boy, one of the Huxtables.
Yeah.
And that whole thing. God, you talk about the bottom falling out of that brand.
Oh yeah,
With Bill Cosby. Oh my God, couldn't believe it that he was involved in some of the stuff he was involved in. Could never eat Jello pudding again after. Yeah, are you old enough to remember his Jello pudding commercials?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Well, hey, by the way, one of my hours is about entertainment. So, Renee, one of our excellent writers for Cowboy State Daily Radio, Renee Jane, I think is her name. She does great work. She writes good stuff, and I always kind of seek her out whenever I'm on Cowboy State Daily. And this one, she was writing about the entertainment, trying to bring entertainment, back to Wyoming, like the Longmire series that had went on hiatus for a while. Now they're bringing it back, and then her article, her column goes into how having that industry at least give Wyoming a sampling and let us put some television programming and movies. So that course, as I've said before, our Cowboy State Daily many times sparks my interest in something I want to talk about, and that's what I want to talk about is movie making and television and entertainment in Wyoming. So here's how I got to inviting Jim Christensen, who is someone I've known for a very long time. Back in 1982, they filmed a movie. So 43 years ago, they filmed a movie here in the Buffalo, Bighorn, Sheridan area called Endangered Species. And listeners, check it out. I mean, it was an A-list film. It didn't get a lot of accolades and probably wasn't out very long, but it was a mainstream movie. Hoyt Axton was in it, Joe Beth Williams. I could go on here, but Robert Urich, some big stars were in it, and they took over Sheridan, Buffalo, Bighorn for about a month. I mean, with helicopters and giant trucks and all of that. Well, Jim Christensen got a part in the movie. In fact, he had to join the Screen Actors Guild in order for him to have a part in the movie, and he ended up being not the stunt double, but the double for Robert Urich here while they were filming it. He was a railroader, and at that time there was a big layoff, and so he was off work, so he had an opportunity to do it. Well, he ends up on the set the whole time, so behind the scenes, all the stuff going on, and he ends up getting a speaking part that, and he's just a local guy, buddy, just a great guy. And next thing you know, if you watch the movie, and you can find it, if you Google it, you'll find it. It's there. Endangered Species, the 1982. Another one came out in the 2000s, completely different plot and everything. But there's a barroom fight scene, and I'm in that. If I'm with you, sitting next to you, as I did with my nephews a couple weeks ago, and stop the video and let me point at a guy in a white hat back of that's me in the background in the barroom fight scene. But anyway, Jim had that experience of having inside as they were filming all day, every day, as not only Robert Urich's double, and there's a difference between stunt double and double. Double is just as they set up every camera angle, instead of having, the man, Robert Urich, come out and do that, they would have Jim stand in. Or if they needed to test drive the helicopters from the above chase scene, it was Jim running across the prairie there at Red Grade, instead of Robert Urich. And then eventually they rewarded him with a very small but very noticeable speaking part in the barroom fight scene that was filmed at the Buffalo Bar back in 1982. So we're going to get into that, and we'll talk about the article about drawing more entertainment, more television shows, and movie making to Wyoming, which it really bothers me when they show a scene. They're talking about, the hole in the wall gang or something. They're doing a movie or a documentary, and they're filming it in Romania or something.
Yeah.
I hate that.
I know.
That's not Wyoming.
I know.
Or Canada. They do a lot in Canada. I know a lot of it has to do with cost. It's expensive to do business here in America.
By the way, that Endangered Species movie had its world premiere in Buffalo, September 9th.
I was there.
1982. Released nationally the day
I was winking
after.
at Jo Beth Williams. She was a hottie back then, and she was a big star at that point. And of course, Robert Urich had the show Vegas in that era, TV show. And Hoyt Axton, who I'm still a fan of his music.
Oh, he's great.
He's got a big role in it. And I'm a wild bull rider, Hoyt Axton. I'm a fan.
Yeah, love his music.
So he's in it. So, we're rubbing elbows with these people and partying. So we're going to get some inside conversation because they came here and they had a good time while they were here. And of course, at that time, I was probably 21, 22 years old. So very likely I was having a good time too.
If you can only remember. That's cool. That's
7:00.
Nice.
And then but it gets very sophisticated too, very cerebral. At the 6:00 hour, I have Dr. Sophie Rose. She's a historian, an author, a postdoctoral researcher of history, primarily Dutch history, but the history of imperialism. As you probably know, and many of your listeners, at one time, the Dutch were very much a very dominant nation in the world because of their shipping, because of their navy, etc. And so you go to a lot of places, like you've heard of the Dutch West Indies, and there's a lot in the Caribbean that's Dutch influenced. So she does a lot of research on that. And of course, as you know, my son is married to a Dutch woman, which made it an interest of me because Sophie got her PhD in history. And so we're going to talk about that. And then her experience, Sophie Rose being married to an American, and especially an American who's related to me. So that's where Sophie Rose, she speaks 4 languages. She's just an incredibly talented and impressive woman. So yeah, as I forced her to come on with your buddy Bags on a Saturday morning. And again, it'll be 2:00 in the afternoon in our 6:00 hour. So in Holland, I have no qualms about bothering somebody to do a 2:00 interview.
Yeah,
so
it's easier that way. Ask her. She probably knows of the history of the Dutch in New York City, New Amsterdam, the southern Manhattan. The Dutch were all over that in the 1600s.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, she went to college, at least her undergraduate, in Chicago, and I think the University of Chicago, and that's where she met my son Alex. He was at Loyola University in Chicago, and those of you that know Chicago, the schools downtown, all of them are right there. Loyola, University of Chicago, et cetera. Northwestern has a campus there. So very busy area and a lot of students running around. So
cool.
That's 6 o'clock. So very cerebral. We're going to learn something
Yeah.
tomorrow. Then Jim Christensen, we talked about that. And then a good friend of mine, I think you'd like to hear this. And it's a reminder to people who are sleeping in on Saturday morning. Everything is archived. So you can, as I've told my friends, if there's something an hour that you like of my show, tune into that. The rest of it, you can go to the archives and watch it later. Because I do that with your show many times. I've missed your 6 o'clock hour on many occasion, but I've gone back and
me too.
To it. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, Ross Kaminsky, he is the midday 9 to noon talk radio host on the Blowtorch 850 KOA in Denver. And Ross is on top of what's going on in media in Denver, on top of what's going on politically in Denver, what's going on in Denver with crime and traffic and homelessness and so on. As I explained to Ross, I said, Ross, Denver is our big city too. I mean, not always for us, we'll go north from here many times to Billings, which is a pretty big town. But it ain't no Denver, and Denver is in the news quite a bit, and there's a lot going on there. And so we're going to get some feedback from him and his perspective on how things are going in Denver with crime, with homelessness. Remember, Denver was the guinea pig of the legalization of marijuana, and now we're 15 years down the road since that happened, and maybe get a little feedback. And Wyoming is one of the last holdouts of keeping it illegal. Maybe get his perspective on that too. Last but not least, my 9 o'clock hour, the hour where I've probably lost my voice by then, is the Braxton Stone. He's in the recently got in the Colorado Air National Guard, and he's serving his country. And this is a young man who's a professional already, working engineering in Denver, but he had that calling to serve his country. And this was a way for him to keep his job and to fulfill that desire that I see a lot of, with my son in the military. We see a lot of this new or this rise back in patriotism and the desire to serve. As you and I've talked about before, the recruiting numbers across the board in all the services are up and setting records. What happened? Because we were talking maybe a couple years ago about how off the recruiting numbers were. So I'm going to have this young man, Braxton Stone, on a 9 o'clock hour. We're going to talk about the military. We're going to talk about his experience, but we're going to talk about what is motivating that generation. He's in his mid-20s. What's motivating that generation to serve their country, and what has changed. So that's the lineup. It's all over the board as usual.
Strong. Yeah.
Well, we'll see. We could get into it with the Dr. Sophie Rose, the professor, and I could be I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm talking about. But in those cases, I usually, believe it or not, shut up and listen. So the one I am excited about, that you might want to tune in if you want to get to know me a little better, Jim Christensen, the guy that was in Endangered Species. He's also the guy that taught me how to skydive.
Really? Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
And so when I called to ask him if he would do this segment with me, he reminded me, Bags, do you remember when you came with us up to Spearfish, South Dakota, and you and Larry did your first, like I could forget, like I could forget. And So he's gonna probably tell some stories about that experience. The fact that he told me as I was sitting on the edge of the plane, this is how well I remember it. This wide open door with just my butt cheeks holding me in the plane, and my foot on a pedal outside the door, the wing going over the top of me. And I was ready to go, but you have to get over the jump zone. You can't just go.
Yeah.
And so I'm sitting there again with just the fat of my rear end holding me in the plane, and I'm sitting like this. And I remember Jim's face coming right here in front of me, and he looks at me in the eyes and says, "Bags, you don't have to do this." Because apparently my face was so white and that my lips were turning blue because I hadn't taken a breath in about 3 minutes that he thought I was going to pass out, which was probably pretty close. I remember saying, "Get me the F word out of this plane." We're flying at 8,000 feet. And again, normally on a jump zone where they're teaching people how to skydive, nowadays it's tandem. So you're jumping with an expert, and there may be, 4,000 or 5,000 feet in the air. This was at a skydiving competition with a bunch of not professional, but like semi-pro skydivers.
Yeah.
So he was there. He's a witness. So
this guy
quite the character.
Sounds like a good influence on you from early 80s barroom fights, skydiving.
Yeah,
only in Hollywood, though.
40 some years later, we're still friends. So, I mean, that's probably a good sign.
All right, Bags, looking forward to the show tomorrow. Break a leg. We'll see you on Saturday.
You bet, buddy. Have a great weekend.
You too. That's John Baggett. Your buddy Bags will be on tomorrow with the show. We'll take a quick break, get right back in here with Chuck Gray, John Newkirk, right after this.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know.
but we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Friday and into the room. Oh, I'm so glad it turned out that whenever I do the three-way Zoom visually, I don't know who's going to be on the left, who's going to be on the right, and I didn't want Secretary of State Chuck Ray to be far left. I want to make sure he was on the right. John Newkirk is also with us. He's the guy behind a Thermop-based solar outfit that's doing some innovative stuff in solar. We're going to talk solar, I guess. And I don't know where to start or how to lead the conversation. I think, first off, Secretary of State Chuck Ray, I think your opinion on solar has been well documented. Can we lump solar in with wind? You're not a big wind guy, but do we also say solar is also bunk or what?
Well, they are both subsidized, and that's really the problem here. You know, I was just talking with a bunch of people about the issue the other day. I mean, it's just the way that the federal government has subsidized this renewable sort of industry, quote unquote, but it is really sort of a big circle, right? And the subsidies come in, and these groups get the work, and really then the money seems to go into the political system sometimes, and that's just wrong. And the people of Wyoming know that that's inconsistent with our culture and our traditions, and it offends them. And I think that's why there is overwhelming negative attitudes towards what we were seeing with all of these wind and solar projects being proposed across Wyoming. We see a lot of wind in central and southeast Wyoming. I mean, we're up to about 8 or 9 projects that Gordon is trying to bring through here in the last year and a half of his term. And they're trying to throw everything at the wall. Jake, it's very disturbing, and they're trying to see what sticks, and then they start throwing out their outworn slogans like NIMBY this or NIMBY that, when in reality we are representing the conservative base of Wyoming, because we are saying that these unreliable industries should not be getting these federal subsidies.
Well, government aside, I mean, wind and solar for sustainable energy. John, let's just stick with solar right now, because that's your thing. Certainly capital investment, that initial outlay is a barrier to entry, or has been for a lot of people, a lot of businesses, depending on who wants to use solar. It's a bit of a capital investment, a little bit of an outlay for most people to buy the PV panels, to get yourself all set up. If the government wasn't helping you out there, maybe solar doesn't take off, but solar works. Can we just talk about the idea of, today's a beautiful sunshiny day where I am. Look at all that wasted energy. Solar works, right?
Yeah, you bet. And it's interesting because when I was first approached to come on this show and talk about this, I was asked about what my reaction was to Secretary of State Gray's, I think you said it was a woke joke, is how they characterized it. And I had to think, and I pretty much agreed with him on these large utility scale solar farms that have a huge impact on the agrarian landscape, are increasingly unpopular, and have less and less benefit to local residents. So what we do, we've been doing this for about 20 years now, is micro scale that. And instead of having these huge multi-acre farms, anybody that's interested in solar, we make individual solar power plants that are about the size of a pickup truck parking space. And the cost of entry that you mentioned is getting lower and lower because of the technology. Just think about computers or cell phones and how they've come down. So, yeah, I mean, we're not a big fan of these large utility scale solar farms because people can't actually to the extent that the technology is improved, actually generate their own power. In fact, in 10 years, we think that the new normal will be that each house that has a shade-free area about the size of a pickup truck can generate its own power, like an appliance, except this appliance creates power instead of takes it.
I don't mind that, these smaller scale solar things, or like you hear what they do in Europe, all these apartment complexes have solar on the roof. I mean, what about that, Secretary Gray? What if the government just helped you along with a rebate if you decided to go solar with just your own home or something smaller scale?
Well, one of my questions on that is the nature of the federal subsidies, because that's one of the big things I hear from Wyomingites. Their concern is the nature of those federal subsidies. Now, President Trump has done great work on removing those federal subsidies. We saw in the big, beautiful bill a phase out. I was just talking with Congresswoman Hageman about this and her great work on the big, beautiful bill, and in Congress at large on phasing out many of those programs. Some of them, though, the Senate parliamentarian removed from the final bill. The House had a lot of that stuff encapsulated in the House version, but the Senate parliamentarian, when it went over for reconciliation, really kind of sliced and diced some of those things. And that's a reform we need to do on the Senate side on reconciliation. So we're able to bring through many of these sort of bigger reforms through the reconciliation process. And one of my other concerns too out there is just this worn out slogan we're seeing from the governor, from now Megan Degenfelder, who sort of follows the governor on these sorts of issues, particularly on the wind, where they say, well, anytime that a state official, an elected official, listens to the people of Wyoming and hears them out and gets their opinions on these sorts of things, they call it grandstanding. And that really, I think, is problematic, because it shows the way they think about government is really inconsistent with what the people want, which is that you should be listening. That's why we have our town halls. That's why we're doing our town hall series around the state. That's why Congresswoman Hageman does a fantastic job of doing those town halls in every single county, every single year per her campaign promise in 2022, is we have to hear out the opinions of the people of Wyoming on these things. And when Mark Gordon or Degenfelder sort of parroting the worn out lines of Mark Gordon sort of says that, well, that's grandstanding to listen to the people, that shows that really the way they view their role in government is problematic.
We're talking to Secretary of State Chuck Gray. We're talking solar also with John Newkirk, Thermopolis-based Envigor. Is that how you say it? Envigor Energy?
Mm-hmm.
John, let's go back to solar and how it works. Is Wyoming a good place for solar? Do we get enough sun? And if we're talking about small scale stuff, I just want to do my house. I want to get off the grid, or I want a backup plan just in case there's no electricity, or I'm in a place it's hard to get electricity to me. I just want to do my own thing off the grid, solar. Do we get enough sun? And what happens at night? Can we store the sun?
Oh, absolutely. You just articulated exactly what we're doing with these sort of off-grid places, or places where utility power is either unreliable or outright unavailable. To answer your question, Wyoming is a wonderful place for this. It's so is Idaho, the Dakotas, and Montana. We get abundant sunshine, and to set up an individual power plant for a house is the technology's come to the point where that's absolutely feasible. Each house, I mean, to get technical on you, each house takes an average of 29 kilowatt hours per day. That's very feasible to generate that with a small array mounted on either a tough shed type of structure that we provide, or standalone structure. And to do it during the nighttime, of course, we have energy cells. We used to use the old lead absorbent glass mat. Now we're using lithium, which has exciting implications for Wyoming. And so just think of it like a water tower. During the day, you fill up those energy cells. During the night, it drains them down about halfway, and then it fills it up again. If you get multiple days without sunshine, we have a small propane backup generator that fills it up as well. But we find during the months between May and October, that generator doesn't kick on at all. There's abundant sunshine, and Wyoming's a great state for it. It's just a micro power plant instead of these macro scale solar farms that are increasingly unpopular, expensive, and we've never been subsidized. It just stands on its own with customers that want the product.
Yeah, this macro sustainable, whether it's wind or solar, requires so much capital investment in infrastructure because you got to get the power from one place to another. Now the government needs to step in and spend taxpayer money on making that happen. I like the micro idea. Now, John Newkirk, Secretary Gray, John Newkirk has said as far as government, he agrees the government maybe can get in the way in an obtrusive way when it comes to solar. I want to see Secretary of Gray admit, take the government away. Would you do solar in your house? If John came over and said, I can put solar panels on your place, I can give you one of these Bully Barn solar panels, would you do solar? Do you think, does it work for just you?
Well, I'd have to learn more on that on the personal end, but I'm a big coal, oil, and gas guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I got to tell you, I love the traditions of our coal, oil, and gas industries, Jake. I love the vision behind that extractive mining, extraction on uranium too. I mean, the Red Star Tribune Pravda on the Platte was taking a bunch of comments I made on not having nuclear waste storage in Wyoming. I mean, that's common sense. We don't want nuclear waste storage, and tried to equate that with extraction, which is the classic sort of basically one of the tactics of the Red Star Tribune is as one of the big pushers of the insiders is sort of putting forward those incorrect narratives. So certainly I'm a big coal, oil, and gas guy. I think on this other side, I mean, President Trump has talked about this. President Trump has talked about the fact that these panels are being produced in China, Jake. And that's a big problem, the way that China is sort of controlling the production on many of these industries, past even the subsidy issue, which is a huge issue that the administration has talked about. So that's another question there is in terms of bringing back our manufacturing base here to the United States, manufacturing in Wyoming. I mean, that has been another thing that President Trump has done a great job of keying in on. But I will say coal, oil, and gas, they're my favorites. I mean, the coal trains, the jobs that those bring in, the steady jobs, Jake, that these industries bring in. I think it's really important that we reach our full potential. And one of my concerns here, Jake, is how much the conversation from the media and Mark Gordon is taking away from our core industries. You don't hear about the innovation. I mean, yes, there's some different things happening, and Mark will come on and do a little bit of a show on the program or whatever. But where is the vision on getting the coal out via the West Coast? He seems to have already sort of conceded that he doesn't think that's going to happen. And now he wants to go through the Gulf of America. By the way, he calls it the Gulf of Mexico still, which is kind of interesting. But he seems to have sort of conceded that we can win on the constitutional issue of Washington State blocking our coal export rights. And that's really troubling to me. We need to emphasize these core industries that President Trump is also emphasizing.
Guys, we're out of time. Solar discussion. I'm already calling you Governor. Secretary of State Chuck Gray sees all that coal in the ground going to waste, and John Newkirk sees a sunny day going to waste if you don't have PV panels up somewhere. It's all about energy in Wyoming, one way or another. Thanks for coming on, guys. We got a scoop.
Thanks. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good to talk to you.
That'll do it for us at the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll be on again Monday. Don't miss Bags Saturday edition as well. For now, have a great weekend, y'all. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.